You can use the microphone back here. 마이크가 이제
During the pandemic, I mean, in our industry, in hospitality, we had to stop. So after 1 month, you can imagine no income, salaries, rents and stuff. I mean, I can't leave the team because, as I always say, it's not 55 people, it's like 55 families. So you have kids, you have parents, you know, they depend on the business. So after 1 month, I said, no, I can't do it anymore. I have to find another solution. It was about how to survive at this point, right? It was about having food, but having good food, you know? So I said to the team, please, in 10 minutes, everybody, I want to see everybody on Zoom. Then we started the call and I said, okay, I have 2 news. One very bad news, I mean, in 1 month, I won't be able to pay you anymore. I say, I have a plan B. Plan B is whoever wants to go with me to the farm, we will start the farm from zero. We came here and we were cooking together, we were doing everything together. And I mean, the relationship changed at this point. I would say like the most beautiful experience of our life, it's living together and building this together. We started growing, planting, and we planted like fruits, we planted herbs, coffee, like lots of things, and we process the products here at the farm and we send it to the bar. I mean, we start everything here. So what's driving me now? I mean, just I've been living here in Colombia for 10 years, and Colombia gave me so much, so I always try to give it back to the country and to the people. I mean, we grew up together. There's no point for me to be an entrepreneur if you don't take care of your people.
Vivo en un país que vive en crisis. Los argentinos estamos como un poco acostumbrados a calmarnos, a entender que toda crisis pasa. Nosotros abrimos en pandemia, era una crisis mundial y no sabíamos para dónde iba a ir nada. Nosotros abrimos y yo dije, todos los planes son semanales. Todo lo que nosotros decimos ahora que vamos a hacer dura 7 días. Después vemos. ¿Funcionó? ¿No funcionó? ¿Cambió? Ok, hacemos otro plan. Como líder, el gran riesgo es a decepcionar, es a que salga mal. Sin lugar a dudas, me ha pasado de que haya negocios que salen mal. Pasa. Creo que en los fracasos siempre se aprende algo.
During moments of disappointment, I think it's important for a leader to be open about their own feelings with their team such that the team feels like the way they're feeling is okay. And then a leader needs to be the person that says, okay, we're done with that. Now we're gonna keep pushing. There's this William de Kooning quote, I have to change to stay the same. I think the best way to prepare yourself as a business owner for times of change is to become comfortable with the concept of change and to recognize the fact that just because you need to change how you're approaching something, it doesn't mean that the way you were doing it before wasn't right. It's just that you're nimble enough to recognize that as times evolve, so must you.
Did your opinion or view on leadership change after you became a parent?
I think I will be a better leader for having been a parent to a toddler. One of my superpowers, I think, is having the ability to take an idea and communicating it in a way that makes sense to the person that I'm talking to, even if it's not something they are necessarily inclined to agree with. With a baby, you can't reason with them. And so you need to strengthen the muscle of encouragement.
Abrí mi primer bar porque ya había sido mamá. Una de las grandes preguntas que yo me hice en mi carrera se cumplió, que era ¿cómo voy a ser cuando sea madre? Y finalmente yo decidí que quería estar presente en los primeros años. Primero, tener hijos, después un bar. Creo que después de ser mamá me cambió la manera de pensar, de liderar, de trabajar en conjunto con el equipo. Creo que también creció mucho la paciencia con los progresos en el trabajo. El lugar de la mujer cambió mucho en los últimos años en esta industria, sin lugar a dudas. Antes había muy poco espacio para la mujer y los espacios que ocupaban eran por su look, por su estética o porque le convenía al hombre por algo. Creo que hoy cada vez hay más mujeres cumpliendo estos roles y que empiezan a tener experiencia y que empiezan a ser fuertes y que van a ser líderes. Y eso es lo que creo que va a hacer que realmente cambie el mindset general. Y van a tener mayor lugar en el liderazgo.
When you look at those that are getting their pictures on the covers of magazines or getting the big interviews, they're not those that are great at pursuing leadership. They're those that are great at pursuing products. We're almost celebrating solo artists. We're not celebrating the people that actually galvanize an entire team to do their best work. By only celebrating an individual, we're not actually creating the conditions where people come together as a team. Being a great leader is all about embracing all that comes with a team working together in pursuit of something extraordinary. I don't believe that success in hospitality is reliant on the service and the products alone. In a restaurant or a bar, the food, the service, the drinks, the design, they're merely ingredients in the recipe of human connection.
Nosotros trabajamos con gente, digamos, objetivo. Tal vez es algo muchísimo más efímero. Quizás es algo que se termina, solo una experiencia que dura 2 horas, pero tiene que ir al corazón.
The cocktails is something beautiful, but if you know what is behind that, yeah, that's the impact is amazing, you know.
I believe that the work we do is really important, and I think that's essential for people to understand. Hospitality leadership is distinct because the leaders prioritize connection.
Would you like a coffee?
I would love a coffee.
It's also important to say that I've had amazing baristas working for me over the years. I'm not one of those amazing baristas. I think there's like this beautiful and unparalleled power that comes with an entire group of like-minded and passionate people deciding together that they are going to accomplish something. I think we're all capable of much more than we think, especially if we have an amazing team to do it with.
And a lot of people, they've never had this in their lives, which is also quite surprising.
Yes.
Liderar en hospitalidad es muy complicado y es muy apasionante. Empecé de muy joven queriendo ser bartender en un mundo en el que tal vez no había tantos bares específicos de coctelería. Y acá en Argentina, los hoteles 5 estrellas, liderados por hombres mayores con smoking y guantes, y yo estaba muy lejos de eso. Y se me abrió una enorme puerta que fue trabajar en el gran bar Danzón. Queremos que este bar lo dirija una mujer. Y esa fue mi gran oportunidad y desde ahí no paré. Lo sigo confirmando hoy. Y de instruir y de guiar y de acompañar en esos crecimientos. La mayoría de las veces pensar antes qué le pasaría o qué me pasaría a mí en el lugar del otro.
I live between two worlds, the nightlife, cocktail bars, and the life at the farm. Right now, I spend even more time at the farm than at the bar. I mean, we start everything here. So I'm still in charge of taking care with part of the team, taking care of this big family, right? Success in hospitality makes the people grow around you. It's never an individual goal, you know. And when they gave me this award of most sustainable bar in the world, I was like, I don't know how to accept that. And that's why when we went on the stage, I had the flag of Colombia and I printed on the other side a huge picture of the team, because it's not me, it's like us, you know?
There's a retired US Navy captain named David Marquet who said that the people at the top have all the authority, the people on the front line have all the information. Empowering your team is one of the best first steps you can take to start bridging that divide.
When I started, I was like let's say the leader, right? Every night at the bar, that was really hard to delegate. At the beginning, you live like 5 minutes, 15 minutes, an hour, a night. And now I love when the people say, okay, I went to the bar and I have like a beautiful experience and I was not there, you know? Because they are the leaders. So I really trust the team. A huge part of this is empathy, right? Empathy with the team. So we always try to listen to them, to take them into account, but as well how they feel as, human being, right?
Trabajar en el mismo plano que los demás. Es muy difícil hacer hospitalidad con un equipo que no está contento con su día a día. Esto es tratar de tener a cada uno en el lugar que mejor se siente, es capacitar, es disfrutar también, es ayudar a que el equipo también salga, vaya a bares, vaya a restaurantes, se ponga en el lugar de los clientes y lograr esa empatía necesaria para cada uno de esos detalles. Porque la hospitalidad son un montón de detalles que tienen que ver con que finalmente el cliente la pase bien.
I think rules generally are the enemy of positive culture, even within a team. And in order for a rule to come off of a list, the way it works now is you need to prove why the rule shouldn't exist anymore. I think if more organizations looked at their list of rules and went through them one by one and had to prove why everyone needed to exist, we'd end up with a lot less rules, which I believe ends up with a better culture and a better quality of leadership.
There's a place in, I think it's Alabama, called Lambert's House of Throwed Rolls. When you go there, you sit down and it's this big dining room, and every 30 minutes or so, someone pushes a big cart of delicious, freshly baked rolls. And then people in the dining room start raising their hand, and the guy starts throwing the rolls across the dining room to them. That one simple step of service is the thing that put that place on the map. How many cultures do you think wouldn't kill that idea right away for being utterly ridiculous. But they had created a culture where that idea was indulged, to the point where, as ridiculous as it might have seemed in the beginning, it became the thing that defined the restaurant. I think far too many places kill bad ideas too early because sometimes the worst idea is just a simple shift away from being the best idea.
How can we do it together? If you want to improve, if you want to say something to change the way we are working, please tell us, It's communication. The success of this way of working is just like we talk on the same level, right? And we are human beings having like a relationship. Is not only work, is to be sensitive enough to see them as a part of the family and not only, please do that, just do that, no.
Tuve una época en la que empecé a darme cuenta de que lo que yo decía después se hacía y se replicaba. Tuve una escuela de coctelería a la que muchos de los bartenders que hoy tienen bares muy exitosos fueron, y la forma en la que yo trabajaba y la forma en la que yo hablaba y la forma en la que yo explicaba, después se veían los bares. Cuando yo iba a tomar algo con mis amigas, y eso fue como un poco impactante, sí.
Working every day, I couldn't see like how fast we were growing. And every Christmas, I closed the bar to have like a huge meal with the team. But at the beginning, we were like very few. But after 2 years, I would say, we were inviting the families as well. So when I saw all these people, I felt like I have like a huge responsibility. I mean, now it's serious.
It's remarkable how many people are craving leadership. If you believe that you have something to give to the world, you can't sit around and wait for someone to come up to you and say, hey, you're a leader now. One day, you just need to decide to start leading. And I think you'll be surprised by how many people will be ready and willing to follow.
My name is Goi, and I am in charge of hospitality and operations within our 7 operating venues in Singapore.
I am Indra Kantono. I'm Goi's husband as well as co-founder in Jigger & Pony Group. On a day-to-day basis, I look after our marketing and business development aspects.
I was working in Singapore Airlines for about 6 years. The biggest joy that I have with my jobs was the people I meet, the people I cross paths with, and the inspiration I get from them. Indra and I sat down and we thought about it hard on, what would be the right direction. From his corporate life, we took a page and we created what would be our company's mission, to be a place in the community people can find comfort, forge friendships, and share happiness. So that's how we started the business. We decided that, a bar is a social place where people can meet other people and inspire other people, and that's why we decided to start a cocktail bar.
I come from a very completely different background altogether. I came from management consulting and finance. So when we first opened our first bar, Jigger & Pony, some 11 years ago, we didn't quite exactly know what we were doing. We didn't quite exactly know what we didn't know. But perhaps that allowed us to also bring a fresh perspective and a fresh way of doing things. In the beginning, it was tough. When we first hired our first team, I think within the first 8-9 months, pretty much all of the opening team have left us. Probably because we were not very good managers. We've never really managed people and understood a lot of the protocol, the norms in food and beverage. But we persevered through. We learned on the fly. We had the good opportunity of having very good mentors. So perhaps in hindsight, while it was challenging, it brought us some good original way of doing things. The Singapore community has turned into something really special, and a lot of it is because of the camaraderie, positivity, one bar supporting another bar. We felt that there was this amazing opportunity to create something totally new in Singapore at that time, and to convert people who have never drank cocktails or don't have cocktail drinking as part of their everyday culture to embrace that. Of course, Koy and I are also as happy when we have young bartenders coming to us and says, hey, I want to open my own bar too. We hope that this community will continue to grow, and perhaps they'll have it even easier than when we started, because finding resource now.
And to start with our first talk, I know we had some issues before, and I think that we had no sound, but hopefully we have sound now. If not, you can all enjoy our soundless.
We should get we could get someone to sign for us next time, and then at least somebody. No,
No,
no, that's too much.
I don't think so.
We'll just have someone monitor.
Yes.
That's why I've got the headphones on. As far as I understand, it sounds buttery biscuit bass.
We are back with the
Yeah.
buttery biscuits. Okay.
We had buttery biscuit bass last night. We got there.
Yes,
It worked out.
we managed to find the biscuits.
And now
But
we're all ready to go.
we are ready to go, and
Very excited.
yes, because we are starting with something that is very familiar, very similar, but completely different at the same time, because cocktails are a lot about flavors, a lot about aromas, a lot about how you combine the two.
And creating a harmony, flavors that last, flavors that dissipate quickly.
Exactly. And as we learned before in the workshop, how to let things work together. And our first speaker does exactly the same, but in a completely different field. So we have Stephanie Hansen, who is the founder of Frau Toni's. I again apologize for slaughtering German language, but and she is here to talk about scents. And I think with that, we should stop fuffing around.
We should stop talking. We should move straight into it.
And
we're ready. And
please, we are handing over to Miss Stephanie Hansen. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. So, my name is Stephanie Hansen, and I'm the founder of Frau Toni's Perfume in Berlin. It's close to this station here. It's at Checkpoint Charlie. And yes, and I will tell you something about my brand, my philosophy, and just my ideas, my inspiration. But first of all, I have to announce the death of a loved one, because my grandmother, Frau Toni, the grandmother who is dedicated the store, has died at the age of 95. And I'm very sad, because I'm standing here, but now my inspiration has died, and I'm a little bit sad. So sorry. Because I owe so much to her. I have got to speak some words about my grandma, because my grandma was the woman in my life who inspired me so much, and it was a joy having her. And I will tell you a little bit about it. Because when I was a little child, I smelled her pure and clear fragrances. She wore always rose fragrances. It was not so typical in the 1960s and 70s, because I grew up in a little city in Germany. It was a mining city near Bochum and Düsseldorf, maybe you know. And my grandmother was a very special woman, and she was a pioneer, I think, in doing manufacture things. Yes, she was a very special woman. She had tailored clothes in the 1960s. It was very unusual to me, and everything she did came into me, and so I grew up with her idea of living, of smelling and eating, and so I would not be Stephanie Hansen if I hadn't this grandmother. Where she was as I said, a very special woman. And let me have a look. And yes, the brand Frau Tonis is absolutely dedicated to her. Here you can see my grandmother in a big picture in the very clear store. And everything you can see is dedicated to her. We have got high quality and very special manufactured perfumes, and they speak for themselves. When I founded it in 2009, I did it without any campaigns, like, you know, for example, a lot of big brands do it with yeah, they do it with sexiness and something else, but we don't do this. We just are clear and pure, and we offer 36 niche perfumes, from green to floral, oriental, and they open the olfactory memory of the wearers. So when you come to our store, you can recognize that there's something special about the high quality of these perfumes. And we always say that they bring back like magical moments, magical memories you've got in your mind, and if you smell them, because they are very, very unique. And we try to bring your memories back to the present. So of course, we are here in Berlin, and all fragrances are unisex. They are cruelty-free and handcrafted with great attention to detail. So this is a store with facade. As I said, we are close to Checkpoint Charlie. And I can say for Tony's class and style are symbols of a very luxury, but affordable luxury idea of perfume. For example, yes, take again a look at our perfumes and the design and packaging. And so I think you can see the idea of these fragrances. Maybe I can show you something like this here. When I founded the brand in 2009, I did it to do it a different way than all the other brands do it, because I really wanted to make them speak for themselves. And I had to put a vision in these bottles, because I really love to do it another way. Because when I do perfumes, I do it just in a way of inspiration. And I wanted to show you how it works at Frau Tonis, because we do it absolutely different, like the industry does. I really love traveling, and traveling is always an inspiration for me, because when I travel, I'm inspired. And I have traveling a lot to Egypt, because Egypt is like second home for me. I had been there a lot of, often on the River Nile, and I enjoyed it to be there, to smell the country, and to have a taste of jelly fruits and something else. And I really love to be there. And when I had been there 3 times, I came back and asked our perfumers to do a perfume for us, for Tonis, with all these inspirations I had on the River Nile. It was not easy to do it, but it took 1 year to do a very, very unique perfume. I developed it with a perfumer in Switzerland. Of course, I'm autodidact, because I had never been a perfumer, but I work with high-class perfumers in France and in Switzerland, and our perfumer in Switzerland helped me to do this very, very special perfume Thé Arabique. And maybe I can tell you something more about how it smells and how it works and why people love it, because it's one of our best-selling products. Maybe you can. I'm sorry, I haven't got a Thé Arabique now here because it's easier to smell it, but maybe I can explain how it works. Because Thé Arabique is a smell of the markets of Aswan and Luxor, and I saw and tasted the splendor of ripe fruit, golden jelly fruits, and I fell in love with the sweetness of the fruits. And of course, I drank really a lot of black sweet tea on the Nile cruise, because you sit there in the afternoon, 5 o'clock tea, and you can recognize, or you can talk about all the things you've seen there from the very early beginning of the day, because you'd been to the temples of the Valley of the Kings, and you sit there and you drink your tea, and it's just a fantastic. And of course, this perfume smells a little bit like black tea. And another very special moment, maybe you know the old Cataract Hotel in close to Aswan, and we had sat there and we discussed the very, very beautiful temples and whatever we'd seen, and they served us a very, very special drink. And so this drink also is a little bit of the aroma is there into this very special perfume. And when I came back from the River Nile, I talked to our perfumer, and I've got to make like a white screen and to sketch my ideas. And so he hadn't been there, but I had so many impressions. So I told him just to help me to do Thé Arabique. And as we walked on this perfume, I think nearly 1 year. It took a lot of ideas to have it in the end, and I'm very, very happy, because when I use Thé Arabique, it's like a pashima shawl, and it keeps me warm, and of course it will help me through the autumn and the winter, and I really love this. And for me, fragrance are my world, I can tell you. Yes, and the idea to develop perfumes is always the same, because without inspiration, I wouldn't be able to do perfumes like that. And of course, for us, it's just beautiful to talk with people about scents. Which ideas do they have? Do scents remind them, for example, first kiss, or beautiful holiday in Tuscany, or whatever? Because I really think we should talk about scents. Our memories and our life is so much richer to talk and to discuss scents, and not only to use them for maybe for more attractiveness. Scents can be inspirations, and this is the idea of Frau Tonis, of course. Yes, there are a lot. I told you 36 scents at Frau Tonis, and there are so many new scents, like Laundrette, for example. This is like a cotton scent, because everybody loves actually the scent of a very clear and minimalistic perfume. And yes, I hope in the next 10 years there will be a lot more scents, and maybe we can do a cooperation with Campari, like a good Sundowner or what else. And yes, this is it. This is my brand, and how I work with fragrances, and just it's my passion. And if you have any questions, I would be pleased to tell you something more.
Well, I think I definitely have questions, but I always have questions. It's very interesting, the Thé Arabique, because I know that there are many perfumers that have gone to the same area, been very, very inspired. You know, Jean-Claude Elena, who was the former perfumer of Hermes, he made his first Hermes perfume, visiting the same and going down the river, and it was very inspired by green mangoes.
Yeah.
And for me, it's very fascinating that the aroma obviously is one of the senses that can bypass the brain, so you can have instant memories.
Yes, of course.
How hard is it to get the scent from your head and out into the world?
Oh yes, I can tell you it's absolutely very, very hard, and sometimes we stop a progress because we can't finish it, because it's in my head, but it's not in the bottle. And so I think, sorry, we've got to stop it. But at Thé Arabique, it was fine, and 1 year is not so much time to do a perfume like this. I think in normal time, perfumers work 3 years and much more. 1 year is quick.
Yes. Because it's all about the perspectives as well. Because
Yeah.
1 year is actually, as you say, quite quick. There are perfumes that have taken a lot of people, a lot of time. But what is the fastest that you have ever made a perfume?
The fastest. Well, we did a perfume for VW, you know. They launched the e-Golf, and they asked us to do a perfume that smells in the first peak like gasoline. Because what will you miss when you drive an e-Golf? Gasoline. Yes.
They did that,
And
they
they
put it
did
in
it.
the car?
And they pushed us, and we did it. And we made a scent called Mémoire de Pétrole. And we did it in 8 months because VW said, we need it. And yes, we did it.
That's like people moving to the countryside and then asking someone to create a scent that smells like the city. You know, like,
Yes.
I like this musky, dirty smell of the city, and I
Yeah.
want that back.
Yeah.
That's wild.
And so what does the numbers represent on your scent?
It's just by chance. No, it's not like a chronology. No, I'm sorry. But if there is a space for number 17, we said Laundrette is our number 17. And so, sorry.
And a lot of the scents, they are very rooted in Berlin, because you have the Linden,
Yes.
Berlin,
Yeah.
you have Berlin, you have Berlin Summer.
Yes, Berlin Summer, Berlin Orange.
So it's also an homage to the city.
Of course. I live here since 2004, and I'm very happy to be here. I couldn't live otherwise in no other city. And so it's obvious to do 4 scents dedicated to the city. And of course, a lot of people ask, do you have a scent that smells like Berlin? And everybody knows the alley unter den Linden. And the idea to put lime trees, linden into the bottle, it's perfect. Everybody loves it. It's just absolutely a best-selling product, and as I like it very much.
Can I ask?
Yes, of course.
So you're building up a perfume. You've got a scent in mind. Do you have to start in a certain order? Like, do you start with kind of woody, heavy notes first, and then add kind of higher volatile floral notes? And if you're doing that, you're sending it to a perfumist, are they starting with a base and you're building it up?
No.
How does the...
No.
Sorry.
No, it works other ways. Of course, there's a sketch and a vision. The perfumer knows what to do first, because the first impression will leave after 30 seconds. So there must be something special. You put it on your skin, and there has got to be an you love it at the first sight. And then 1 hour later, you've got to smell, and there's a heart, and the basis is 7 hours later or 5 hours later. And this is the secret of the perfumer, because I have got to ask him to do the big picture, and he cares for the details.
Okay.
So everybody works, yeah.
And do you have some perfumes that are designed to last like longer and some that last a shorter time?
Yes, because citrus always is very flutely citrus scents. They stay on your skin, I think, approximately 2 hours, and Arabique lasts 1 day.
Okay.
And some people think it's too heavy, but it's the character of the perfume. You can't change it.
And I think this is also the difference, because it's not just the scent or the perfume, it's also the person wearing it. Because the difference between a good perfume, not like generally, but like a good perfume for you, is the difference between someone saying, oh, your perfume smells nice, or you smell nice. Because you can't distinguish the two.
Because different people
the scent
smell.
Becomes
they
you.
don't all smell the same with the same perfume. It's
Absolutely.
Like,
so when you wear something, I wear something, they'll smell different.
Completely different.
Exactly.
It's because I eat different foods and drink different drinks. You know, it's coming out of my skin.
Because you eat Irish stew.
Yesterday's buttery biscuit base is coming out.
Okay.
So
that's very awesome.
Sorry. Yeah. I carry one of these around, right? This little guy. Have you ever? Do you have smaller versions of the scents?
Oh,
yeah, okay.
Of course
and
we
you would
have.
recommend that sort of thing or not?
Yes, because they are easy for traveling. You know, you can take 2 or 3 small sizes with you, and there is no stress at the airport or something. And I use them every day. I can't go without them, because the big bottles, okay, they stay at home, but to go on a trip or just to go to work, I need the small.
And you
sizes.
can refresh.
Yes.
Like you said, 2 hours. After a few hours, you can put some fresh smell.
You should.
Okay, cool.
And so, for example, with scents, there are certain scents, perfumes that are very technically interesting and built in a very interesting way, but they are not necessarily beautiful.
Yes.
Because it can be also ugly, but
special.
Yes. In the same way that certain drinks, they are not always delicious, they are interesting.
But
but there's a reason why they exist still.
There might be some nostalgia in things as well. Sometimes you got a certain smell, a certain flavor that you didn't like at the beginning, but it's attached to a fond memory, and then you start to like it more and more. For me, anyway. I attach memories to flavors a lot. Sometimes I've had such an intense memory around one spirit that I stop drinking that spirit so that I don't dilute the memory. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes.
Yeah, like I don't drink Malibu anymore because I had a fond memory this one time and I drank a lot of Malibu, and now I just don't. If I smell it, I think of Spain, so I just stopped.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But maybe if you try to, it would remind you of the beach.
It might smell different.
Have you ever had an incident where someone walks into the store and smells something and they have instant reaction, but it brings them back to something completely different?
Oh, let me think. To Fortnite, there come a lot of fans of Marlene Dietrich, and they absolutely curious about the scent we offer, because we've got the scent made in the late 1920s. The scent is pure violet, and it's very, very extraordinary. You can imagine a film diva like Marlene Dietrich is wearing a very, very intense violet perfume, because in the 1920s perfumes were totally different. And so the fans of Marlene Dietrich, they are absolutely curious about this perfume, and they come and they smell, and they are absolutely surprised, because our nose is not used to smell such strong ingredients. there are so many aromas. So you think the violet fills the room, and it's not only at the person; it fills the room, and so of course they look for a perfume a diva has used, but they're not really sure if this perfume fits to normal people. So it's really a strange effect.
You need a certain level of confidence to wear a perfume when you walk in, the whole room smells of that perfume.
And so I can tell them, you can use this to go out in the evening and to feel a little bit higher and more like Marlene Dietrich and not like yourself.
Yeah, a social elevation perfume.
Yes.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Never looked at it that way. Very cool.
You should have a look or smell.
The only person I can, in my own memory, remember had a very specific smell. My 5th grade teacher wore vanilla perfume that everyone in the school, all the kids, you could smell her when she entered the room, like straight away. It was so distinct. So it was vanilla.
And do you like it?
Yeah, I love vanilla.
Oh, you love it.
Yeah, I always loved vanilla.
Okay.
And so, before we let other people have questions, I want to ask one thing, because there's a big discussion in the perfume world these days about naturals and synthetics, and we have a very similar discussion in the bar world when it comes to our ingredients as well, because obviously in a lot of perfumes now there are synthetic ingredients which are better quality than the naturals.
Yes, of course.
And it's very rare that you can make a perfume that is going to last and be very high quality only with naturals, because they are so challenging to work with. And I mean, like Chanel No. 5 was the first and most famous perfume that used synthetics and proved that it is something to be.
It's possible to make a good one with synthetics.
Yeah, it's not about. It's not a bad thing to use synthetics.
Absolutely.
And also for the allergies. And so, do you think in the future of perfumes will be very different if there comes this ban now, this change of legislation that is proposed?
I think we will do it 50-50, because a flower scent, we've got Rose de France. It works with beautiful roses from Grasse, and I would miss them so much if I hadn't those beautiful roses. We take them in July or in June, and we need them. And if somebody said, oh, you can't use them anymore because of allergenic problems, I would rather stop this, because I can't imagine that these flowers could be absolutely made on this synthetic way. Sometimes it works, of course. Sometimes it's easier to do it, like Ambroxan, because we all in our beauty business don't work anymore with amber. There's a problem. It's not there. It's too special, and so the whole industry works with Ambroxan, and I think it's doing absolutely well. Our first perfume now with working with Ambroxan is Elixir Isotopique, and people love it. Absolutely, they love it.
And I think, because this is also the problem. Like, what do you do if your favorite scent all of a sudden has an ingredient that is not allowed to use anymore and it disappears?
Oh no!
You would miss it, right?
Yeah, it even happens in spirits. A brand will start in one country and then export, for example, from the UK to the US.
Yeah.
And an ingredient that's legal in the UK isn't legal in the US. Does that kind of happen with perfumes? Is there some things that you have to avoid?
Not yet, but nobody knows. Of course, and of course, I know all the problems we can have, the industry can have with the EU regulation. Sometimes it's too hard, absolutely too hard, and then we've got to find a way to go on with the perfume, like, so it's okay for the EU.
So let's see if there's any questions from the room.
Everyone's being very quiet so far.
On the second day of BCB. energy is mellow.
I actually have two questions. So one, is there a seasonality for the perfumes? Like in the summer, should I use something more, I don't know, citrusy or flowery, and in the winter something more woody or earthy?
Yes.
Or I can use the same one like all year long? And the second one is, if when you think about a perfume, you think about the final customer, or you just do it for yourself. Like, because when we think of a drink, of course, our taste is not the same as the customer taste.
Okay.
So we might rebalance it to make it more affordable to the customer taste. Do you do the same thing with the perfumes?
I start with the second question. Sometimes I do perfumes because I miss them myself, like Thé Arabique. I didn't talk to anybody of our customers whether they would miss it or not. I missed it, and so I developed Thé Arabique. But this one here, the Laundrette, the number 17. People ask so much about a perfume with a light and minimalistic basic. It should smell like yes, cotton, linen, like a bed in a hotel room, and they ask 1,000 times, and so I became weak, and I asked my perfumer to do a very special one, and so we developed this one here, the Laundrette. Sometimes, but back to your first question, there are people who work with perfumes from season to season. I don't do this because I just look on the inside, and I just want to know how do I feel in the morning or at the afternoon, and it's not necessary whether for me it's summer or winter. It's me. I need inspiration from scents, and so I do it. And but of course, a lot of people love to wear citrus scents in spring, because everything starts new, and citrus scents are perfect for spring. And of course, like I said, Thé Arabique, it's like a pashima shawl, and you can wear oriental exotic fragrances then in the autumn and in the winter, because they keep you warm. Absolutely. And they help you to relax. Okay.
Other questions? Yes.
Can we find you also in different countries in Europe, or just in Germany?
You can find us in Switzerland and in Austria, and we have got, of course, an online shop, and we can send them all around Europe. We are working on it, because sometimes it's not so easy to put perfumes easily to GB because there are so many problems now. We would love to send them to GB, but it's not easy.
No, it's Brexit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Living in London, we know.
You know.
We're getting that.
Well, and you also have a perfume that is called Cocktail Hour.
Yes, we have.
So
Yes.
what was the inspiration for that?
It's the day is done, work is done, and I need something to relax. And maybe there should be an alternative to have a drink or to have a very special smell around your skin. And so we developed Cocktail Hour. So this is the alternative.
Part relaxing, part mischief, part anything can happen.
part positive, part naughty, all the little bits.
Yes. All right. Any other questions or any questions from the live stream?
The live stream, we have no questions, no.
All right. Well, then if there's no other questions, anything else that you would like to add? No?
I'm fine.
Well, then
you.
I think we will say thank you so much, and we will come back in 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
During the pandemic, I mean, in our industry, in hospitality, we had to stop. So after 1 month, you can imagine no income, salaries, rents and stuff. I mean, I can't leave the team because, as I always say, it's not 55 people, it's like 55 families. So you have kids, you have parents, you know, they depend on the business. So after 1 month, I said, no, I can't do it anymore. I have to find another solution. It was about how to survive at this point, right? It was about having food, but having good food, you know? So I said to the team, please, in 10 minutes, everybody, I want to see everybody on Zoom. Then we started the call and I said, okay, I have 2 news. One very bad news, I mean, in 1 month, I won't be able to pay you anymore. I say, I have a plan B. Plan B is whoever wants to go with me to the farm, we will start the farm from zero. We came here and we were cooking together, we were doing everything together. And I mean, the relationship changed at this point. I would say like the most beautiful experience of our life, to living together and building this together. We started growing, planting, and we planted like fruits, we planted herbs, coffee, like lots of things, and we process the products here at the farm and we send it to the bar. I mean, we start everything here. So what's driving me now? I mean, I've been living here in Colombia for 10 years, and Colombia gave me so much, so I always try to give it back to the country and to the people. I mean, we work together. There's no point for me to be an entrepreneur if you don't take care of your people.
Vivo en un país que vive en crisis. Y los argentinos estamos como un poco acostumbrados a calmarnos, a entender que toda crisis pasa. Nosotros abrimos en pandemia, era una crisis mundial y no sabíamos para dónde iba a ir nada. Nosotros abrimos y yo dije, todos los planes son semanales. Todo lo que nosotros decimos ahora que vamos a hacer dura 7 días. Después vemos. ¿Funcionó? ¿No funcionó? ¿Cambió? Ok, hacemos otro plan. Como líder, el gran riesgo es a decepcionar, es a que salga mal. Sin lugar a dudas, me ha pasado de que haya negocios que salen mal. Pasa. Creo que en los fracasos siempre se aprende algo.
During moments of disappointment, I think it's important for a leader to be open about their own feelings with their team such that the team feels like the way they're feeling is okay. And then a leader needs to be the person that says, okay, we're done with that. Now we're gonna keep pushing. There's this William de Kooning quote, I have to change to stay the same. I think the best way to prepare yourself as a business owner for times of change is to become comfortable with the concept of change and to recognize the fact that just because you need to change how you're approaching something, it doesn't mean that the way you were doing it before wasn't right. It's just that you're nimble enough to recognize that as times evolve, so must you.
Did your opinion or view on leadership change after you became a parent?
I think I will be a better leader for having been a parent to a toddler. One of my superpowers, I think, is having the ability to take an idea and communicating it in a way that makes sense to the person that I'm talking to, even if it's not something they are necessarily inclined to agree with. With a baby, you can't reason with them. And so you need to strengthen the muscle of encouragement.
Abrí mi primer bar porque ya había sido mamá. Una de las grandes preguntas que yo me hice en mi carrera se cumplió, que era ¿cómo voy a ser cuando sea madre? Y finalmente yo decidí que quería estar presente en los primeros años. Primero, tener hijos, después un bar. Creo que después de ser mamá me cambió la manera de pensar, de liderar, de trabajar en conjunto con el equipo. Creo que también creció mucho la paciencia con los progresos en el trabajo. El lugar de la mujer cambió mucho en los últimos años en esta industria, sin lugar a dudas. Antes había muy poco espacio para la mujer y los espacios que ocupaban eran por su look, por su estética o porque le convenía al hombre por algo. Creo que hoy cada vez hay más mujeres cumpliendo estos roles y que empiezan a tener experiencia y que empiezan a ser fuertes y que van a ser líderes. Y eso es lo que creo que va a hacer que realmente cambie el mindset general. Y van a tener mayor lugar en el liderazgo.
When you look at those that are getting their pictures on the covers of magazines or getting the big interviews, they're not those that are great at pursuing leadership. They're those that are great at pursuing products. We're almost celebrating solo artists. We're not celebrating the people that actually galvanize an entire team to do their best work. By only celebrating an individual, we're not actually creating the conditions where people come together as a team. Being a great leader is all about embracing all that comes with a team working together in pursuit of something extraordinary. I don't believe that success in hospitality is reliant on the service and the products alone. In a restaurant or a bar, the food, the service, the drinks, the design, they're merely ingredients in the recipe of human connection.
Nosotros trabajamos con gente, digamos, objetivo. Tal vez es algo muchísimo más efímero. Quizás es algo que se termina, solo una experiencia que dura 2 horas, pero tiene que ir al corazón.
The cocktails is something beautiful, but if you know what is behind that, yeah, that's the impact is amazing, you know.
I believe that the work we do is really important, and I think that's essential for people to understand. Hospitality leadership is distinct because the leaders prioritize connection.
Would you like a coffee?
I would love a coffee.
It's also important to say that I've had amazing baristas working for me over the years. I'm not one of those amazing baristas. I think there's like this beautiful and unparalleled power that comes with an entire group of like-minded and passionate people deciding together that they are going to accomplish something. I think we're all capable of much more than we think, especially if we have an amazing team to do it with.
And a lot of people, they've never had this in their lives, which is also quite surprising.
Yes.
Liderar en hospitalidad es muy complicado, y es muy apasionante. Empecé de muy joven queriendo ser bartender en un mundo en el que tal vez no había tantos bares específicos de coctelería. Y acá en Argentina, los hoteles 5 estrellas, liderados por hombres mayores con smoking y guantes, y yo estaba muy lejos de eso. Y se me abrió una enorme puerta que fue trabajar en el Gran Bar Danzón. Fue, queremos que este bar lo dirija una mujer. Y esa fue mi gran oportunidad y desde ahí no paré. Lo sigo confirmando hoy. Y de instruir y de guiar y de acompañar en esos crecimientos. La mayoría de las veces pensar antes qué le pasaría o qué me pasaría a mí en el lugar del otro.
I live between two worlds, the nightlife, cocktail bars, and the life at the farm. Right now, I spend even more time at the farm than at the bar. I mean, we start everything here. So I'm still in charge of taking care with part of the team, taking care of this big family, right? Success in hospitality makes the people grow around you. It's never an individual goal, you know. And when they gave me this award of most sustainable bar in the world, I was like, I don't know how to accept that. And that's why when we went on the stage, I had the flag of Colombia and I printed like on the other side a huge picture of the team because it's not me, it's like us, you know?
There's a retired U.S. Navy captain named David Marquet who said that the people at the top have all the authority, the people on the front line have all the information. Empowering your team is one of the best first steps you can take to start bridging that divide.
When I started, I was like let's say the leader, right? Every night at the bar, that was really hard to delegate. At the beginning, you live like 5 minutes, 15 minutes, an hour, a night. And now I love when the people say, okay, I went to the bar and I have like a beautiful experience and I was not there, you know? Because they are the leaders. So I really trust the team. A huge part of this is empathy, right? Empathy with the team. So we always try to listen to them, to take them into account, but as well how they feel as, human being, right?
Trabajar en el mismo plano que los demás. Es muy difícil hacer hospitalidad con un equipo que no está contento con su día a día. Esto es tratar de tener a cada uno en el lugar que mejor se siente, es capacitar, es disfrutar también, es ayudar a que el equipo también salga, vaya a bares, vaya a restaurantes, se ponga en el lugar de los clientes y lograr esa empatía necesaria para cada uno de esos detalles. Porque la hospitalidad son un montón de detalles que tienen que ver con que finalmente el cliente la pase bien.
I think rules generally are the enemy of positive culture, even within a team. And in order for a rule to come off of a list, the way it works now is you need to prove why the rule shouldn't exist anymore. I think if more organizations looked at their list of rules and went through them one by one and had to prove why everyone needed to exist, we'd end up with a lot less rules, which I believe ends up with a better culture and a better quality of leadership.
There's a place in, I think it's Alabama, called Lambert's House of Throwed Rolls. When you go there, you sit down and it's this big dining room, and every 30 minutes or so, someone pushes a big cart of delicious, freshly baked rolls. And then people in the dining room start raising their hand, and the guy starts throwing the rolls across the dining room to them. That one simple step of service is the thing that put that place on the map. How many cultures do you think wouldn't kill that idea right away for being utterly ridiculous? But they had created a culture where that idea was indulged, to the point where, as ridiculous as it might have seemed in the beginning, it became the thing that defined the restaurant. I think far too many places kill bad ideas too early because sometimes the worst idea is just a simple shift away from being the best idea.
How can we do it together? If you want to improve, if you want to say something to change the way we are working, please tell us, It's communication. The success of this way of working is just like we talk on the same level, right? And we are human beings having like a relationship. Is not only work, is to be sensitive enough to see them as a part of the family and not only, please do that, just do that, no.
Tuve una época en la que empecé a darme cuenta de que lo que yo decía después se hacía y se replicaba. Tuve una escuela de coctelería a la que muchos de los bartenders que hoy tienen bares muy exitosos fueron, y la forma en la que yo trabajaba y la forma en la que yo hablaba y la forma en la que yo explicaba, después se veían los bares. Cuando yo iba a tomar algo con mis amigas, y eso fue como un poco impactante, sí.
Working every day, I couldn't see like how fast we were growing. And every Christmas, I closed the bar to have like a huge meal with the team. But at the beginning, we were like very few. But after 2 years, I would say, we were inviting the families as well. So when I saw all these people, I felt like I have like a huge responsibility. I mean, now it's serious.
It's remarkable how many people are craving leadership. If you believe that you have something to give to the world, you can't sit around and wait for someone to come up to you and say, hey, you're a leader now. One day, you just need to decide to start leading. And I think you'll be surprised by how many people will be ready and willing to follow.
My name is Goi, and I am in charge of hospitality and operations within our 7 operating venues in Singapore.
I am Indra Cantono. I'm Goi's husband as well as co-founder in Jigger and Pony Group. On a day-to-day basis, I look after our marketing and business development aspects.
I was working in Singapore Airlines for about 6 years. The biggest joy that I have with my jobs was the people I meet, the people I cross paths with, and the inspiration I get from them. Indra and I sat down and we thought about it hard on, what would be the right direction. From his corporate life, we took a page and we created what would be our company's mission: to be a place in the community people can find comfort, forge friendships, and share happiness. So that's how we started the business. We decided that a bar is a social place where people can meet other people and inspire other people, and that's why we decided to start a cocktail bar.
I come from a very completely different background altogether. I came from management consulting and finance. So when we first opened our first bar, Jigger and Pony, some 11 years ago, we didn't quite exactly know what we were doing. We didn't quite exactly know what we didn't know. But perhaps that allowed us to also bring a fresh perspective and a fresh way of doing things. In the beginning, it was tough. When we first hired our first team, I think within the first 8-9 months, pretty much all of the opening team have left us. Probably because we were not very good managers. We've never really managed people. and understood a lot of the protocol, the norms in food and beverage. But we persevered through. We learned on the fly. We had the good opportunity of having very good mentors. So perhaps in hindsight, while it was challenging, it brought us some good original way of doing things. The Singapore community has turned into something really special, and a lot of it is because of the camaraderie, positivity, one bar supporting another bar. We felt that there was this amazing opportunity to create something totally new in Singapore at that time, and to convert people who have never drank cocktails or don't have cocktail drinking as part of their everyday culture to embrace that. Of course, Koya and I are also as happy when we have young bartenders coming to us and says, hey, I want to open my own bar too. We hope that this community will continue to grow, and perhaps they'll have it even easier than when we started, because finding resource now is a lot easier than before.
As we go into the modern age of technology, everybody can deliver their food, their groceries, watch movies, and entertain at home. Why do people still come out? For efficiency, we should just meet online virtually. But humans are social creatures, and I think they come out even more so now for that human connection, that experience that you can orchestrate for them. And that is the huge difference between service and hospitality.
This is all not to say that beverage is not important in a cocktail bar. That is definitely our product. But the product is a means to that end. Come for the cocktails, and stay for the hospitality, and definitely come back for the hospitality. We try to give our team the ability to make decisions and to really focus on hospitality. We're not here to control every single aspect. It's not that cocktail where you have acid adjusted and bricks measured to make sure it's perfect. In fact, let's take a look at things that will go wrong and find a way about how we can turn them around. And let's share those stories every day on the reports and with our team.
Just in general, I don't believe in rules. I think rules are meant to be broken. Instead, our organization is built on values. We have 5 company core values that we use every day with our team. My favorite one being irrelevancy of being right. In order to be successful in gaining engagement, you can use these principles to build your success. It is something that you realize that you have become a manager when you feel your success is when your team have successes.
We have 120 full-time team members. It's a lot of responsibility and a lot of mouths to feed. But at the same time, what we realize is, look, you're not doing this alone. The bigger you are as an organization, the stronger your team and the more motivated, smart people you have in your organization. Koi mentioned before that the success of a manager is to find successes through other people. What we try to do now is to try to create systems, to try to then introduce a lot of principles. We are also building, for example, our own version of the Campari Academy that we humbly call the Pony Academy, where we want our team to quickly learn and to adopt this mindset that when I join Sugar and Pony Group, it's going to be constantly about learning and constantly then about imparting that knowledge as well. I think that's what we've learned to do, that together we can actually achieve even more.
Since reopening from the pandemic, I think the hospitality industry definitely, in terms of workforce, has shrunk significantly. And then also thinking about how the pandemic changed our ideals of work and work-life balance. We were thinking about how to be creative in terms of allowing people to do what they enjoy.
3, 2, 1. We are back.
We are back.
We're back live.
With a question, actually. So, if a bartender shakes a cocktail in the middle of the forest, there's no one around to hear it, how do you know that it actually happened?
It didn't happen if it's not on Instagram. So that's what the guys were saying this morning. If it's not on Instagram, it didn't happen.
What if it's on TikTok?
I don't have TikTok. I got started scrolling too much. I doom scrolled. So I just hopefully I'm hoping TikTok will go away. Do you think? Is there any chance?
I
No?
don't think so.
No.
I don't think so.
Oh. I'm not as social as I used to be.
In real life or on social media?
I think a little bit of both, actually. I don't. Maybe it's just getting old. Maybe it's just getting older.
Might also be because you just had a baby.
I definitely have spent a lot more time changing nappies than I have out drinking cocktails in the bar. But I'll tell you what, we all chase experiences and things that make us feel good. And taking care of my child makes me feel very good.
But you can go and you can buy the perfume we spoke about earlier, the cocktail hour, because maybe it will remind you of going to a bar, but you're actually changing a nappy.
I am definitely going to go buy some perfume. I'm interested in the cocktail hour because obviously I want the cocktail hour, but I'm also the laundrette. I love the smell of fresh laundry. Like, I love it. I'm another as a accomplished, I would say accomplished house husband. I'm very good at cleaning. I do a lot of laundry, and I've got a dryer now, like the most efficient dryer in the world, and I put dry sheets in. And the smell, I'm getting it down to a fine art. They're like the clothes. So laundrette, I want to see the take on laundrette. That's that's the one I was most interested in.
The smell of clean.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically.
Fresh.
Exactly. Well, speaking about fresh, we are. I just take any random word and I just cut through the sentence.
And I'm always 1 second away from a complete panic attack. I'm always like expecting someone to say something's not working. It's all working.
Well, we are back with our next talk, which we have been secretly, not so secretly actually, very excited about for the last 2 days, because we are talking about research, but more importantly, we are talking about the importance of accurate research.
Proper research.
Because there are so many myths out there, there's so many spoken truth, and because they're never challenged, they become truth. And we have the perfect person here to help us dive into this topic.
And you'll learn that the truth changes with time. Like, I was 100% sold on the fact that Jenny Churchill created the Manhattan back in the day. I know, but I now know that 1865 Manhattan. I know. All right, are we ready?
We are ready. So without further ado, we have Anastasia Miller to talk about research. So over to you.
Thank you, my dear. Okay, let's see. Do I have a?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dean,
I need to see
screen.
I'm an old woman. I need
I'm
to see
so
my
sorry.
slides. There you go. Okay. The big point is historical research is one of those things where people go, oh God, it's an academic. Yeah, I am one actually. I took 7 years off that none of you have seen me. You only see my husband, Jared Brown, because I've been hiding in Oxford, getting degrees and doing something nobody expected, which was to take a degree specializing in history, but especially history of drink. There's now only a handful of academics with PhDs coming up, drum roll please, in academic study of drink culture, the history of spirits, the history of how things came about. And it's taken, I'm in my 70s, it has taken my entire life to finally meet up with a whole bunch of collaborators in the academic world who are willing to talk about this. It's kind of fun that way. Really love it, in fact. But that's why I'm here, is to say, guess what? There's a bunch of us actually starting up more trouble than you've ever seen before. Want to say one more thing before I start. 2 words that you'll hear in this world. One is you're a mixographer. I am not a mixographer. I'm actually a historian. There's a big difference you'll find. Can I give you some definitions? The late Gaz Regan was a mixographer. Dale DeGroff is a mixographer. They're people who write books. They write bits and pieces about little bits of history that they find, but they don't do historical research. On the other hand, you've got Dr. Dave Wondrich. Yeah, okay, he got an English lit degree, but I still know he knows how to do proper research. Dave Broom is another one. Doesn't have a doctor, but he and I can talk about all sorts of things because he's spent a lot more time in libraries than I used to. That's the difference, is there's a process we go through that does a lot more to finding what we know or we can place of the truth at any given time. And it changes all the time because the more that we find that we can digitize, the more we can all question it, the more we can all share it. And you can also find out the joys of being a historian when you say something and another historian will go, I don't think so, which is a good thing because it's not saying you're wrong. It's saying, I found something else. Now let's talk about it. And eventually we'll find out. Biggest problem with drink history is we had a very large gap. The first mixographers, Jerry Thomas, Harry Johnson, people like that, who were actually showing us what the drinks were, sometimes giving us situations for drinks. That was one group. Then World War I happened. Then World War II happened. All of a sudden, we lost the connection of the people who knew and the people who tried to find out. You have all of a sudden in the 1950s, basically journalists who were so drunk by the time they were sitting and asking a bartender, so where the hell did the Manhattan come from? And the guy would just come up with whatever he decided sounded like a good idea, and that's what stuck. That's what our history was like when Jared and I showed up in the late 1980s, early 1990s, and went, are you sure that's real? And we started looking and went, oh dear, we're in trouble. Why does this mean anything? Truth is, you need to look at the past to create the present, to create the future. You have to get inspiration as a stepping stone from what existed so that you have a solid foundation for making something that's going to work. So, why bother? Process of relating past to present. That's why we do this. That's why we love doing this. But then there's also another reason. There's a lot of material that has gone wrong. I mean, really wrong. Mysteries in drink history. The Seelbach cocktail, one of my favorite ones. 1995, all of a sudden, somebody said, wow, guess what? There's this great cocktail. It's called the Seelbach. Adam Seeker said he found it in a recipe, and he's worked at the old Seelbach Hotel. So that's got to be cool, right? Gary Regan picked up on it in The Joy of Mixology. Ted Haig picked it up in Vintage Cocktails. And guess what? 2016, Robert Simonson interviewed Adam Seeger, and he said, yeah, I lied. It was total shit. What a bum. It's a cocktail he invented. But he couldn't say it because he knew everybody wanted a cool cocktail from the old days. And that's what he gave him. Fact, fiction. It's bad. It's bad out there. Another one, another favorite. I got contacted by B&B. They said, we really want to know more about the deep history of the Club 21 in New York inventing the B&B, Benedictine and Brandy. That's nice. Okay. Can I charge you for it? Cool. So first point was, yes, we knew what had been said. What had happened was the New York Times journalist had interviewed the guy, the head bartender at the club, and said, so what about the B&B? Blah, said the whole story. And then he printed it in the New York Times. Because it was in the New York Times and it was a rush, nobody fact-checked it. And then they asked us. This was 2007. Well, we said, well, you know, that's funny because it showed up in Cocktail Bill Boothby's book in 1908, Benedictine and Brandy. So I think you're wrong. And then my dear husband, Jared, found that Ernest Hemingway talked about it in 1895 because it was cognac and Benedictine. Okay, so what about the history of the B&B? I think you have to roll it back and take a look at it again. Yes, they decided to make a pre-mixed bottle, but it was an official cocktail. In other words, wouldn't it be nice if we would have had the story of the romance to tell people that Hemingway had found this drink in Paris when he was around? Wouldn't it have been nice not to say something as crazy that somebody could tear apart? I mean, this is where if you're constructing a menu, if you're trying to construct an origin story around a cocktail, you have to have the truth. And then you can write a great one-line origin story and people go, ooh, that sounds like fun. I mean, it's not asking too much, but let's have fun, but let's have honest fun. So that's what I'm trying to explain to you. is kind of fun. Oh, then it doesn't just happen with drinks. I'm going to get in a lot of trouble now. But I've gotten in trouble with this one before. I actually published it in a book, so don't worry. According to what we understood, Cuban rum was invented by Facundo Bacardi in 1862 when he arrived from Spain. That's nice, but truth is, Charles de Ron came over in 1841 with a machine that was charcoal filtration, not just for liquid, but for sugar. And he also came over with column still. And then he had 3 plantation owners who built those pieces of equipment in their plantations. Oh, and then they opened up an agency so the rest of the Cuban plantation owners could start using the same equipment. The other irony is that there were more French distillers that arrived from Haiti that also helped to use de Ron's equipment. So that all happened 20 years before Facundo Bacardi arrived. Oops. It's nice to know where Cuban rum really came from. So what's my motivation? I have a motivation. Sometimes your inspiration finds you. You have to come up with a great cocktail that goes into your program, that's your signature cocktail. You have to find inspiration for it because it doesn't just happen because you decide to put 3 ingredients in front of you. It comes from somewhere. It gets triggered from somewhere. Sometimes you want to explore ignored or understudied drinks that cry out for attention. Ago Perrone and Giorgio Bagnoni did that with the Connaught first menus of the Connaught. Eric Lawrence is another one who does that. Let's take a look at the old books. Ooh, that looks interesting, but what if we change this to this? And it's nice to look back and find those inspirations, not just in the American books, but plenty of other stuff from Belgium and France and Spain. And it's like, wow, there's a lot of stuff that needs attention. We have not only touched the tip of the iceberg of what you can find in recipes and variations of recipes. And sometimes you just get lucky. You do. You're flipping through a book and you go, never tried that one before. But you wouldn't find it. You wouldn't be able to do it unless you knew to go look, go dig. It's fun being Indiana Jones. You want to go out and dig and look in different places and find things to play with. So, first lesson I'm teaching you obviously is nothing is entirely original. You are going to have to find places to look. And that's why I'm here to show you. Where to look? First place, you are so lucky in comparison to Jared and I and Dave and Broom. Dave and Dave. Oh, I hate that. Dave and Dave. It's Dave Broom, Dave Wondridge. You have it online. You have Chronicling America. Library of Congress has newspapers all the way back to the late 1700s. If you start looking at the stories of Cato Alexander and his first bar in New York, and you start finding out what he was serving, when you find out what Francis's Tavern was serving, you find it there. Fulton History, same thing. Newspaperarchives.com and BritishNewspaperArchives.com are my nemesis in life. I will never sleep again. My husband looks at these every day, usually around 1, 2, or 3 in the morning. And then he says, hey, guess what I found? And I want to kill him. Google Play, believe it or not, sounds crazy, but they have some very rare books digitally online. And you just go to Google Books. Go to Google Play. Don't ask me, I don't know. Internet Archive, archive.org, another one where I've found distillation books from the 1600s, digitally. You don't have to worry. You don't have to be as neurotic as I am and I actually own some of them. Do not, under any circumstances, get anywhere near that. That is a nightmare. I can't put it any other way. Wikipedia is a nightmare. Wikipedia is the People's Republic if I can put in any piece of crap that I can find. And until somebody changes it, it will stay that way until somebody changes it. That means it's all wrong and no one's ever researched it, period. I can show you a million of those. But anyways, okay. Here's one of the great shootouts of all time. Once upon a time, there was this great story that the cocktail first appeared in print in 1806 in the Balance Columbian Repository. That's nice. We even started Museum of the American Cocktail in New Orleans because we thought, wow, isn't that cool? 2 weeks after we started the plan for the Museum of the American Cocktail, we had the whole thing sorted out, including what's World Cocktail Day. Dave Wondrich found in 1803 in the Farmer's Cabinet, Amherst, New Hampshire, that the word cocktail actually appeared 3 years beforehand. Then I got Dave mad. I mean, I got him really mad. It started with Jared, as usual, looking through things in the middle of the night, and all of a sudden he said, crap! Now what? And he found that at the time, the Prime Minister, Mr. Pitt, had 2 small glasses of oil of Venus, 1 of Parfait Amour, and a cocktail vulgarly called ginger, 1798. Dave actually wrote an article for, I believe it was Esquire Saveur in the US, and said, I don't believe they did that to me. And I went, well, but it's still the only one that had the definition was the original one. But the rifling was where did the word first show up? Because if you went further back in the 1990s, they would say, oh, it was this Amazon Indian princess, and she mixed a drink with a feather. Yeah, right. The guy who wrote that was a 1920s journalist. He was really drunk. That's all I can say. But it was all those stories, and they kept on building up until we finally did this in the 1990s, which I thought was fun. Another one that's very fascinating, just recently found. Again, the reason I'm showing this is because if you look at newspapers, if you wanted to trust what a newspaper has to say, don't. In 1886, a martini cocktail is served at our fashionable clubhouses and consists of 1/2 orange bitters, same quantity of Old Tom gin, and made the same as an ordinary cocktail with a drop of absinthe. 30 mils of orange bitters and 30 mils of Old Tom gin would make most of us die. You add on absinthe, it isn't going to help. But this is what people would find, and they would say it's a gospel. Why would we think it's not a gospel? Because we know better. But do we really know better? Do we really know that at one point, before Harry Johnson actually wrote the martini in his book, was there a possibility that somebody was actually serving this? Could have been. But, okay, where else to look? Libraries. I love libraries. Don't be ever afraid to go into a library. If you type in the words cocktail or distillation, you'd be amazed how many things you find. Even more so if you look at cookbooks. You find some cookbooks contained in the back section cocktail recipes. Alexis Benoit Soyer, who was the first celebrity chef in London in the 1800s, actually invented a few drinks that you don't have to look for his books, which were really beautiful. The Penny Saver cookbook and things like that. Look in Jerry Thomas, 1862. If you start looking at the tiny little type under some of those cocktails, it says after Soyer. In other words, he stole the recipes when he was over in London and he wanted to get a job. And he said, hey, that's a pretty cool cocktail. Good for you. But it was Soyer's, and nobody in the US knew who Soyer was. To a point, there was a certain person who wrote a vintage cocktail book in the US that said, Soyer au champagne means silk champagne. Who doesn't know how to speak French, let alone read it? And who the hell doesn't know that that was a drink that was actually designed for Queen Victoria? But, sorry, I'm probably making people mad already. Another great shootout is you can look for a book, and let's say, well, one is Harry Johnson's 1862. And then you look at the reprint of it in 1934 by Frederick Asbury, which has a lot more drinks in it that Jerry never put in because he was dead. So never believe that was Jerry Thomas's book. I have the original, and I can assure you they're different. It's something if you find one, take a look and see if there's one earlier, and one earlier, and one earlier, because you're going to find, El Floridita books, the same thing. If you look at one from 1942 versus 1939 versus 1933, not the same recipes. Think twice. Okay, and another place to look you may not think about for inspiration, for not just for drinks, but for the design of a bar, Victoria and Albert Museum in the New York Public Library. Now, I think this is one of my favorites. Victoria and Albert Museum shows this Doppelfassbecher as being a paired set of beer beakers. Okay. That is a Boston shaker, as far as any of us have ever been known. Does something look similar? Does something ever say, were they actually mixing with a Doppelfassbecher? Not just pouring beer, and were they actually rolling the drinks? I mean, you have to start thinking deep into your own drink culture and saying, were they actually mixing and rolling before we ever knew about it? Because this piece of material comes from the late 1600s. So we might have been rolling before we even knew what we were mixing. This is another fascination. Oh, and my other favorite, I never knew what a nutmeg grater really looked like, and I used to find them in books and go, yeah, and you take a grating of nutmeg, and you're thinking, oh, I'm going to sit there with a little grater and go, get. No, it was sexy. It was a thing about this big. I actually have one. And you put your nutmegs inside, you lift up the lid, and it was the classiest thing you could do in service or personal service, is to have your own nutmeg grater. It's another thing to think about playing with. I mean, why not? Inspiration. And then my favorite inspiration, movies, television. The Thin Man, of course. You want to know how to shake the martini? Watch The Thin Man. Look at the beautiful glassware, the one that became the Nick and Nora. My other favorite, Doctor Who. Jack Harkness thinks it's the end of his life. It's the end of the Second World. He's going to be blown up by a bomb in the Second World War, and he asks for cocktail 197. It was a martini in a swimming pool. But, future does what future does. But you should look when you're watching television, looking at film, and see how drinks are presented. And it's amazing some of the insights that you have for that. Lesson number 2, exhaust your search. Leave no stone unturned. There are days you want to shoot yourself for going down the wrong way. There are. There's days you go, why did I go that way? That just led to a dead end. But it's worth it. It's worth doing the dead ends. Now, another problem. What's primary versus secondary? I always start with secondary. I'm always looking at somebody's cocktail book or looking at somebody's history book. Or I was involved with Dave and Noah in Oxford Companion Spirits and Cocktails, which is a secondary source. All the people who were involved in writing actually had to do the research. Not all of them succeeded, I can assure you. They had to be rewritten, which is why it took 12 years to produce a book that was only supposed to take 3 years. But at least someone was checking. Someone was saying, okay, let's look again. But it's still only a secondhand knowledge. This is primary source. Now, this is one of my recent favorites because there's always been the discussion that at one point during the gin craze, that beer declined, gin increased, and then all of a sudden it decreased again, and the numbers are flying back and forth in history books. I found the actual handwritten excise report in the National Archives and photographed it. Yeah, try to go after that one. Come on, I dare you. Another one, there was the joke of, where was the first juniper spirit found? And again, crazy joke. Okay, Germany, be very proud. It wasn't Holland. It wasn't Netherlands. It was you. Sorry. The book was written in 1476 by Michael Puff von Schrick. Second version, adapting some of his work, was published in 1500 by Hieronymus Brunswick. But then it came to England In 1527, it was translated by Lawrence Andrew. In other words, not a connection between Holland and England, but between Germany and England. More to be said about that in another 4 months, but I can't tell you more. Sorry. I'm almost finished with the book, but I have to be a good girl. So if you're looking primary, you're looking originally produced during the period you are researching. Buyer beware. Your author might be biased. There's a lot of stuff that I've read that was primary, that was written by evangelical preachers. And they're saying, oh, people were drinking 2 gallons of gin a day. We'd all be dead if we drank 2 gallons of gin a day during the gin craze. Come on, give me a break. Secondary, produced after the event you're researching. Not infallible proof regardless if the person has, please do not take this as profiling, with a beard and looks like he has a suit on, and he can go, I'm an authority. And you go, oh, shut up. You're no more of an authority unless you can prove that you have primary sources that you have inspected. I don't care what you think. Show me the stuff, or I don't believe you. And there's plenty of them out there, but that's okay. I get used to it. So, lesson 3. Everything you find needs to be tested against another source. You don't want to look at my office. You don't want to look at Jared's computer. We will actually have comparative runs of, okay, where's your source? Let's build a chronology on it. Who is the author? What's going on? And you just go, oof, we're in trouble. Am I in trouble?
No, I was just saying that this is amazing.
But it all comes down to, hang on, quality versus quantity. Now, I spent a lot of time doing this, so I'm crazy. It's okay. Really, it's fine. But keep an open mind when you're looking at things. Look at where they come from. I mean, sometimes you look at a little pamphlet. I mean, Constante of Floridita used to have these little pamphlets that he would have a recipe, and it would say daiquiri. But which one of the 5 daiquiris was it? And he actually started there and going, okay, let's play with provenance. Now let's look at liability. Well, of course it was Constante. It must be true. Jack Cuddy would write about it in the New York Times. And you go, okay, getting closer. But you stamp on it until you finally go, this is not fiction. This is not somebody's late night drunken spree, but it is an actual truth. And that's when you go, okay, I've got it. Be meticulous, of course. You don't want to know how many notebooks we also have. But what it comes down to, how do you take all this junk? That's what I feel like I have. Little tiny bits of stuff everywhere. I'm beginning to feel like Abner Ravenswood in Indiana Jones. I mean, it's like you just have stuff everywhere. But eventually, you can take a pile of it, and you can go, how can this source be used? Can I use it to make a new twist on a recipe? Can I take variations of recipes of the same recipe but found by different people and find a variation that will bring it up to something that I can produce for modern day? In other words, you have to sit with all of it and go, okay, what's it going to do? You can do it with menu descriptor stories. Please, if you're going to write a menu and you're going to put provenance in a story on it and you're going to have your waits sitting there and telling a story, please don't tell another lie. I mean, it's not worth it. You're going to look untrustworthy when more people discover. More customers I've discovered actually do read, and they actually do look themselves. I've had more Negroni authorities recently. I want to kill myself. Really. But our audiences are becoming more intelligent because they can go on Google and they can start looking for things, and they are going to have banter with you, especially if they're really neurotic. So you've got to do it. Is it useful? I didn't say everything's useful, but most of it is. Can you compare it with something else? Can you take a comparison of how a fizz was made in America versus a fizz made in England versus fizz made in Germany? And it's amazing, again, the cultural variations you find if you look. I mean, it's really great. Is there a pattern emerging? Can you imagine that? Is there a story emerging, or does it need more research? I mean, some things we're still working on 30 years later. Do you have a hunch? Follow it. Why not? It gives you something to do when you really want to play with an idea, play with it all the way. Conclusions. Conclusions without tried and tested evidence in support are not facts, no matter how loudly they're proclaimed by some eminent idiot or someone who says they're an authority, unless they have footnotes this deep against the entire page of what they say. And if I can look back at those footnotes, and I go back and I go into libraries and I go into files and I find them and I say, and where the hell did you put that in there? Because it isn't in that book. Oh, you just wanted to look good. Okay, fine. But, again, dig, 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 dig. And final lesson is nothing is written in stone. Because the more we digitize, the more we all start to look, the more we find. I mean, again, favorite ones other than the obvious are, did you realize that the American cocktail bar system of the 1880s, that everybody goes, oh, wasn't that cool, in 1860s, was actually a product of the German diaspora. We've actually looked at it and realized the major bartenders, Willie Schmidt, Harry Johnson, all came from here. And the system of service, the beer garden versus the Irish saloon, make up the two different styles of bartending we still have today. One is a little more elegant, not even elegant per se, but more familial and comfortable, and the other one's a little more rowdy. Let's just admit it's rowdy. But again, it was a surprise to find. There's things you find out there that make you feel better about creating a culture of cocktail from wherever you are by looking at the sources from that particular area. It really is amazing, and it will never stop. Oh, there's one other thing I forgot to put in here. So there's another place, you look, that we started building. I haven't had much time because I've been spending my time with my head in a thesis, but I'm going to go back to it again, is we've been digitizing part of our book collection. It's called euvs.com.org. One of those. It's worth going on so you can see 5 different copies of the Floridita cocktail book. It's worth looking at the Continero's cocktail book. I believe we have 3 of the Harry Johnsons. It's a good lesson to start looking at what happens when reprints are made and people add things to reprints. Peter Dorelli and I just finished one the other day. They came for a visit, and we realized nobody has looked at this before, is that the 1933 version, we know that one. The one that was reprinted in the 1990s is a direct facsimile. But guess what? There's 2 more in the middle from the 1950s and 1970s that have drinks in them that do not exist in 1933. And we're starting to look at those and go, okay, who did that one? And that's the kind of stuff that I do. That's the kind of stuff you can do, not on large scale, come on, you have to be completely obsessed. But it's the kind of thing that it's great to be able to do with great confidence. You found something new, you found something to twist on something, but you know the origin of it, and you can explain it to your customers. You can feel proud for serving it. And that's something we used to be able to do that I'm hoping we can get back to. But I think I'm done.
I think my brain has imploded.
Mine does all the time.
I have so many questions that I don't even know what to say, because I'm still kind of imagining how the morning coffee is at your place and discussing like, is this correct? Is this correct? What's your source? What's your source?
I love the you both compare your different backdrops and challenge each other on the sources.
Oh, we do.
And you
we
with
do.
the footnotes.
We do a lot. I mean, we actually had an argument once about you have the Ramos Gin Fizz, and then you have the Golden Fizz, which most people don't know, because they've had it in San Francisco called the Tadich Fizz, but it's actually the Ramos Golden Fizz, but it was never written in a newspaper. You have to find it by going to the places where Harry Ramos went to and actually sit and write it down and go, we got that one there. Okay, got it. Okay. It's crazy. And we still have the fight about, we actually got kicked out of Harry's New York bar the first time. I said, oh yeah, the Bloody Mary. It was originally equal parts French tomato juice and Smirnoff. And I got kicked out. 6 months later, I walked by, the manager drags me in and goes, you were right. And I'm like, God, can I have a drink now? Yeah, okay, good. Hey, you run risks when you do this, but it's great risks. And it comes up with great nuances on things, as I say. The Bloody Mary we all do is actually from the King Cole Bar when Pete Penio finally retired, fell in love, got married, went to the U.S., and he invented that one. The damn celery stick, though, 1966, the Ambassador East Hotel pump room. They ran out of swizzle sticks one day. So where did the Bloody Mary really come from? It evolved, and it kept on evolving. Even the Red Snapper, it keeps on evolving. And again, that's another great thing to notice: is how does a drink evolve from what it is or what it was to what it can become, depending on where it goes.
And I think this is a good lesson to keep in mind, because a lot of the time I think that bartenders, they get very stuck in what is right and what is wrong, and then rather looking at it as a progression,
I remember some arguments with Sasha, yeah. Sasha used to sit there and say, but it has to be precisely this and this. I'm going, honey, watch this. Free pour. Now that's more to your taste. It wasn't a matter of sitting there and doing, psychotic measurements. It can be done, but do it with a more fluid understanding of what your customer expects out of you.
So if you had to choose, I mean, this is going to be hard, obviously, but if you had to choose like a moment where you were researching something, you were looking for something specific, and then you couldn't find it, but you found maybe something else, like what is one of your favorite like historical holy shit moments?
Holy shit.
The one that I'm publishing a book on this spring.
Can you give us
you're
some?
all going to be mad at me. As I say, I gave you part of a hint. Gin does not come. It's not the baby of your neighbor. I am really sorry. It's not. It is a drink or a spirit that was actually crafted in Germany by women who would take beer and make beer into neutral spirit instead of brandy. And they would put juniper berries with it. They were doing this in the 1450s and 1470s until it was made illegal so that the brandy-producing men could make their version. The only other difference is Geneva has rye in it. I can show you more than enough proof that English gin never had rye in it, ever, and never will. And that's where I go, stay tuned.
I think we will open up for questions from the room, because...
Can I ask one little quick one?
Yeah.
But just before, so for example, you said that you found a recipe with the martini recipe being, 1 ounce of orange bitters and 1 ounce of. Do you ever take into account people's perception of what bitters is in different areas? For example, when we think as cocktail bartenders of bitters, we think non-potable bitters, your Angostura bitters, your Regan's orange bitters. But orange bitters like Campari is a potable bitters, and a shot of gin and a shot of Campari is perfectly palatable, right?
Totally palatable.
So, because I've always thought, the only difference between a martini and a Negroni is that the proportions and whether or not you consider bitters, orange bitters, Campari or Regan's.
I mean?
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
So do you have to take that kind of stuff into account?
More than you want to know. Including another favorite was we found one Bloody Mary recipe that you can understand why people didn't like the Bloody Mary, because there was a typo in the news article that said, and put in a couple of dashes of tobacco sauce. Yeah, that would turn me off. Okay. But again, you have to look and say, what are you talking about? Because it could be that they found a nice orange bitters, nice Italian family had orange bitters, and they said, oh, take a load of this. Wouldn't faze me in the least. But again, you have to look at it, you have to decide where it was coming from, who the author was, and decide which culture it was coming from. Which in the US, a lot of the cocktails, you do have to look. Were they originating from German origins, Irish origins, or Italian origins? Because the martini is another one of those, where the martini would not have existed if they hadn't started exporting vermouth in the 1800s to New York for the Italian community.
And it's very interesting because we did a video actually with Dave Wondrich last year where he talks about the history of the, at the time, 5 most popular drinks.
Yeah.
And Old Fashioned was one of the ones that he talked about. And he said that actually it wouldn't have been possible if it wasn't for the creation of bitter back in UK.
Yeah,
and it
1700s, Dr. Stoughton's.
Exactly.
For the number 2 patent. Yeah.
Everything is connected, but interconnected.
Yeah, but that's why it's fun when you get, if you ever have an opportunity to get friends together and you decide to do a little coffee clutch of insanity. It's amazing the stuff you find. I mean, there's times the Wondrich and I have sat, or Brune and I have sat, and we've gone, yeah, okay, and where did this drink come from? Oh, this restaurant. What? And when we start talking about, well, was it the grasshopper, believe it or not? He didn't know where the grasshopper had invented, but he also didn't realize how close it was to what we're still serving now. And he thought it was something completely different, and I said, nope, there it is, right there. So, but it's great to play.
Well, can I just say that I support the idea. I know it wasn't an idea until now, but if you ever wanted to create like Trivial Pursuit Drinks Edition, I will 100% get in line to buy that. I'm just saying.
Okay. You're just saying. You're going to make me do more work, aren't you?
All right. Any questions from the room or from the live stream? I can see that.
Anyone got questions? All right, we got a question down the front.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. You're obviously a great speaker. Really enjoyed the talk.
Well, I did teach undergraduates in university for the past 2 years in between doing things.
All right. So I got 2 questions.
Yeah.
So the first one is, you mentioned it, I think, a little bit, but how do you fund this kind of research? Because I can't imagine there's a lot of people going around and saying, I need someone to research me the history of whatever drink you can come up with.
It happens all the time. I have people. I have had brands, rather large companies, hiring me for years to look up different drinks, and yes, it does get funded by them in a lot of cases. The other is that before we started getting funded by Pernod Ricard or Bacardi or House of Suntory or Diageo, is we used to buy a lot of books in junk shops. And in fact, that used to be the problem of having Gary Regan, Dale DeGraw, Dave Wondrich, Jared and I living in the same city, because we're all going to the same junk shops. And go, hey, I found that one. No, mine. And we amassed quite a collection, which is also why we started the EUVS website, because we realized you can no longer buy a lot of these things. And if you can, they're way too expensive now. But at least we can get it out there so people can use it. Other stuff we've been very lucky to find. Google has picked up on it and made collaborations with the British Library, with the Wellcome Collection, with all these major Library of Congress, so that you have access to it without paying for it. But other than that, we just have done it because at the time when we first started doing this, when we wrote Shaken Not Stirred Celebration Martini back in 1995, we were poor as church mice. Jared was working chef at a restaurant. I was busy editing things and not making that much money. And we decided, well, let's start playing with a website. And we started looking at what we were interested in. It was cocktails. In fact, he came in with 2 martinis while I'm sitting there playing with the website. And you begin to realize that you become impassioned enough. You don't get paid for it at first, but then eventually you do. Yeah, it's fun.
And also, are there any other questions? So you mentioned this this little thing about secondary and primary
Yes.
sources, and for example, the one about the origin of the word cocktail in 1798, I believe it was.
Yep.
How do you decide that this is now a primary source? Because it could have been some journalist in 1798 going like, okay, that guy mentioned he's drinking.
I haven't said it was until I find a diary, which I might find in Samuel Pepys' diaries at some point. I mean, I haven't gone through all of his diaries, and it's really boring stuff. But I might go through his diaries at some point in the 1600s and look at other diaries in the 1700s and see if I can find the word cocktail outside of print. But again, it's not really primary. It's the next closest thing to primary. But I want to see it real primary. And that's where it gets to be deep, dark, dirty fun, and you just spend all of your time hiding in libraries and getting dusty and using asthma inhalers. But you do find it eventually. Or I may not find it. I'm getting old. I may not find it. But somebody else might go, hey, I found the diaries of Lady Anne something or other. And she might have the word cocktail in there from 1702, for all we know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
You're very welcome.
All right, and with that, I think we will cut the live stream, and we will be back
in
12
I can never even see where the time is. Yeah,
Where
12 minutes and 35 seconds.
And we will be back with our next speaker and next talk.
And in the meantime, everyone at home, enjoy the video.
During the pandemic, I mean, in our industry, in hospitality, we had to stop. So after 1 month, you can imagine no income, salaries, rents and stuff. I mean, I can't leave the team because, as I always say, it's not 55 people, it's like 55 families. So you have kids, you have parents, you know, they depend on the business. So after 1 month, I said, no, I can't do it anymore. I have to find another solution. It was about how to survive at this point, right? It was about having food, but having good food, you know? So I said to the team, please, in 10 minutes, everybody, I want to see everybody on Zoom. Then we started the call, and I said, okay, I have 2 news. One very bad news, I mean, in 1 month, I won't be able to pay you anymore. I say, I have a plan B. Plan B is whoever wants to go with me to the farm, we will start the farm from zero. We came here and we were cooking together, we were doing everything together. And I mean, the relationship changed at this point. I would say like the most beautiful experience of our life, it's living together and building this together. We started growing, planting, and we planted like fruits, we planted herbs, coffee, like lots of things, and we process the products here at the farm and we send it to the bar. I mean, we start everything here. So what's driving me now? I mean, just I've been living here in Colombia for 10 years, and Colombia gave me so much, so I always try to give it back to the country and to the people. I mean, we work together. There's no point for me to be an entrepreneur if you don't take care of your people.
Vivo en un país que vive en crisis. Los argentinos estamos como un poco acostumbrados a calmarnos, a entender que toda crisis pasa. Nosotros abrimos en pandemia, era una crisis mundial, y no sabíamos para dónde iba a ir nada. Nosotros abrimos y yo dije, todos los planes son semanales. Todo lo que nosotros decimos ahora que vamos a hacer dura 7 días. Después vemos. ¿Funcionó? ¿No funcionó? ¿Cambió? Ok, hacemos otro plan. Como líder, el gran riesgo es a decepcionar, es a que salga mal. Sin lugar a dudas, me ha pasado de que haya negocios que salen mal. Pasa. Creo que en los fracasos siempre se aprende algo.
During moments of disappointment, I think it's important for a leader to be open about their own feelings with their team such that the team feels like the way they're feeling is okay. And then a leader needs to be the person that says, okay, we're done with that. Now we're gonna keep pushing. There's this William de Kooning quote, I have to change to stay the same. I think the best way to prepare yourself as a business owner for times of change is to become comfortable with the concept of change and to recognize the fact that just because you need to change how you're approaching something, it doesn't mean that the way you were doing it before wasn't right. It's just that you're nimble enough to recognize that as times evolve, so must you.
Did your opinion or view on leadership change after you became a parent?
I think I will be a better leader for having been a parent to a toddler. One of my superpowers, I think, is having the ability to take an idea and communicating it in a way that makes sense to the person that I'm talking to, even if it's not something they are necessarily inclined to agree with. With a baby, you can't reason with them. And so you need to strengthen the muscle of encouragement.
Abrí mi primer bar porque ya había sido mamá. Una de las grandes preguntas que yo me hice en mi carrera se cumplió, que era ¿cómo voy a hacer cuando sea madre? Y finalmente yo decidí que quería estar presente en los primeros años. Primero, tener hijos. Después, un bar. Creo que después de ser mamá me cambió la manera de pensar, de liderar, de trabajar en conjunto con el equipo. Creo que también creció mucho la paciencia con los progresos en el trabajo. El lugar de la mujer cambió mucho en los últimos años en esta industria, sin lugar a dudas. Antes había muy poco espacio para la mujer y los espacios que ocupaban eran por su look, por su estética o porque le convenía al hombre por algo. Creo que hoy cada vez hay más mujeres cumpliendo estos roles y que empiezan a tener experiencia y que empiezan a ser fuertes y que van a ser líderes. Y eso es lo que creo que va a hacer que realmente cambie el mindset general. Y van a tener mayor lugar en el liderazgo.
When you look at those that are getting their pictures on the covers of magazines or getting the big interviews, they're not those that are great at pursuing leadership. They're those that are great at pursuing products. We're almost celebrating solo artists. We're not celebrating the people that actually galvanize an entire team to do their best work. By only celebrating an individual, we're not actually creating the conditions where people come together as a team. Being a great leader is all about embracing all that comes with a team working together in pursuit of something extraordinary. I don't believe that success in hospitality is reliant on the service and the products alone. In a restaurant or a bar, the food, the service, the drinks, the design, they're merely ingredients in the recipe of human connection.
Nosotros trabajamos con gente, digamos, objetivo. Tal vez es algo muchísimo más efímero. Quizás es algo que se termina, solo una experiencia que dura 2 horas, pero tiene que ir al corazón.
The cocktails is something beautiful, but if you know what is behind that, yeah, that's the impact is amazing, you know.
I believe that the work we do is really important, and I think that's essential for people to understand. Hospitality leadership is distinct because the leaders prioritize connection.
Would you like a coffee?
I would love a coffee.
It's also important to say that I've had amazing baristas working for me over the years. I'm not one of those amazing baristas. I think there's like this beautiful and unparalleled power that comes with an entire group of like-minded and passionate people deciding together that they are going to accomplish something. I think we're all capable of much more than we think, especially if we have an amazing team to do it with.
And a lot of people, they've never had this in their lives, which is also quite surprising.
Yes.
Liderar en hospitalidad es muy complicado y es muy apasionante. Empecé de muy joven queriendo ser bartender en un mundo en el que tal vez no había tantos bares específicos de coctelería. Y acá en Argentina, los hoteles 5 estrellas, liderados por hombres mayores con smoking y guantes, y yo estaba muy lejos de eso. Y se me abrió una enorme puerta que fue trabajar en el Gran Bar Danzón. Fue, queremos que este bar lo dirija una mujer. Y esa fue mi gran oportunidad y desde ahí no paré. Lo sigo confirmando hoy. Y de instruir y de guiar y de acompañar en esos crecimientos. La mayoría de las veces pensar antes qué le pasaría o qué me pasaría a mí en el lugar del otro.
I live between 2 worlds, the nightlife, cocktail bars, and the life at the farm. Right now, I spend even more time at the farm than at the bar. I mean, we start everything here. So I'm still in charge of taking care with part of the team, taking care of this big family, right? Success in hospitality makes the people grow around you. It's never an individual goal, you know. And when they gave me this award of most sustainable bar in the world, I was like, I don't know how to accept that. And that's why when we went on the stage, I had the flag of Colombia and I printed like on the other side a huge picture of the team because it's not me, it's like us, you know?
There's a retired U.S. Navy captain named David Marquet who said that the people at the top have all the authority, the people on the front line have all the information. Empowering your team is one of the best first steps you can take to start bridging that divide.
When I started, I was like let's say the leader, right? Every night at the bar, that was really hard to delegate. At the beginning, you leave like 5 minutes, 15 minutes, an hour, a night. And now I love when the people say, okay, I went to the bar and I have like a beautiful experience and I was not there, you know? because they are the leaders. So I really trust the team. A huge part of this is empathy, right? Empathy with the team. So we always try to listen to them, to take them into account, but as well how they feel as, human being, right?
Trabajar en el mismo plano que los demás. Es muy difícil hacer hospitalidad con un...
And we are back.
We are back.
We got
we got a full room.
We got a full room, and Jeffrey Morgenthaler is cheersing everyone.
And in front of our camera.
Yeah. it's a very friendly room today.
Yes. I think it's because it's after 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
And it's a rule, every BCB before 3, laughter is illegal.
I look distracted because I'm just kind of monitoring audio at the same time. Audio's playing up, but it's okay.
Secretly having a panic attack?
This is the secret panic attack phase. Yeah, this is the problem-solving phase.
All right,
okay.
But we are ready with the second to last talk of the day, which is also a very interesting talk because in our previous talk, it was a lot of academic information. And I think this is one of the myths of our industry is that things are based on this, but it's actually not, because there's a lot of processes and there's a lot of different people using different processes to get to where they want to go. And I think it's good to hear this firsthand or secondhand. Firsthand, second.
Firsthand, yeah. Firsthand is always best, from the horse's mouth.
Well, I wouldn't call Jeffrey a horse, but...
No.
Well, no. Well, I think without further ado, let's stop chit-chatting.
There's some stickers there, if that helps,
So,
Jeffrey's trolling me.
Yes. I think, yes.
Okay.
Sorry to the 32 people watching at home.
They're there. They can see now. Okay, we ready?
We are ready. So for our next talk, we have none other than Jeffrey Morgenthaler talking about the design process and the scientific method. So it's a 2-for-1, a 3-for-1 actually.
Yeah.
Let's hand it over to Jeffrey.
Hi. Thanks for having me. Thanks for coming. My name is Jeffrey Morgenthaler. I am a bartender from Portland, Oregon, which is on the west coast of the United States. I guess I should use this, right? I have been bartending since 1996 full time. I'm kind of a rare animal in this business in that I actually still tend bar. That's me at my last bar, Clyde Common, that I was the bar manager of. I now own a bar in Portland called Pacific Standard. I also wrote a book called The Bar Book, and I wrote a second book called Drinking Distilled. What else do you need to know about me? I have had a website since 2004. I have been writing and talking and not talking. I don't really do a lot of talks like these. I get kind of nervous, which is like kind of weird for a bartender, right? Because like I have to like stand in front of hundreds of people every night and talk. And then the minute you put me in front of a bunch of my peers, I just like get super fucking nervous. And I'm like, I can deal with a bunch of idiots drinking, vodka sodas, but I like you guys, this is like very hard for me. I don't do this a lot. I usually only do it when Monica asks me because you can't say no to Monica Berg. But it's really nice to be here. Like I said, I've been doing this for a really long time. Back when I started giving talks to bartenders, I spoke the second BCB ever in 2007, 2008. And you could get up in front of a group of bartenders and talk to them about how you should use fresh lemon juice in your bar program. and it would be like fucking mind-blowing, right? Like, oh my God, wow, I never thought about that. I do this less and less because I have been feeling for a long time like I don't know if I have that much to say, which is fine because I'm older and I try to be very supportive of the younger generations. They have more valid current things to say. And then it kind of hit me, when Monica was like, will you do a talk? And I was just like, totally. Fuck. What am I going to talk about? I can't tell these guys that they should use fresh lemon juice. I realized that I actually do have a background that is like somewhat special. So when I was right after high school, I went to City College. I got my great more microphones. I got my first degree in physics. I wanted to be an architect one day. Since I was like a little kid, I was just like, architecture is like going to be my thing. I knew I was going to go to architecture school. A very not that great career counselor said, if you're going to study architecture, you need to have a science background. And I was like, fuck, okay. Little did I know that I eventually go to a school that was an art school and not a science architecture school. But I did get my first degree in physics in 1992. I then went to architecture school and got my architecture degree in 1998. I started bartending in 1996. I would eventually come to not really enjoy working in architecture firms as much as I would enjoy being behind the bar. So I just sort of let it go, let the architecture, after a few years working in offices while tending bar, you don't need to know all this. Anyway, so I realized when I was talking to Monica that I actually do have something to talk about, and I want to share it with you today. And that's these two very different things, one being the scientific method and one being the design process, and how we can use them in our bar programs. I sort of forget, it's so innate to me, I forget that I do this, the design process and the scientific method, just sort of naturally, like almost every day, right? So I want to share with you today those two sort of methods, because I paid a lot of money for these degrees and I just want to give away for free. So let's talk about scientific method. Scientific method is not, it's not witchcraft. It's not, there's a set of rules, right? It's a systematic approach to investing and understanding the natural world by asking questions, conducting experiments, and drawing conclusions based on evidence. I want to illustrate how the scientific method works by using an example, one of my favorite examples from a very good friend of all of ours, Mr. Dave Arnold. This is from 2009. I love this. I remember where I was when this came out. I was like, fucking finally, right? Someone said it. He wrote a couple of posts, number 1 and number 2, The Tales of Cocktail, The Science of Shaking. This is all about ice. And it's, you guys might be familiar with it now, you might not, but at any rate, Dave sort of figured it out using the scientific method. Sorry. I get so parched. So this is an experiment he did with Evan Clem and Alex Day, who you now know is back when Alex Day was a baby bartender from Death and Company. So here are the steps of the scientific method. I'm going to show you the 7 steps of the scientific method using Dave's blog post, his experiment, as examples of every single step. So, number 1, the first step of the scientific method, question. Dave said, when it comes to determining the final temperature and dilution of a shaken drink, does the type of ice in the shaker or the style of shaking actually matter? Is it important what size, what shape, and what sort of bullshit you do with your hands? Does that matter at all? Or is it just there's a lot of pseudoscience in bartending, I've found. And I think Dave gets, one of the reasons why Dave and I are friends is I think that he feels the same way. I won't get into it too far, but like I've talked about this before. I gave a talk at BCB many years ago about just some of the bullshit that you see or hear in bartending because people don't like take the time to like investigate like Dave did. I point to this example. There was an example in the New York Times probably about 10 years ago. There was this whole article about this bartender in New York City. I won't say who it is, doesn't matter. And how serious this bartender took bartending, and they were just like more serious than your average bartender, right? It was all about like, the details, the preparation. And one of the things that this bartender said was, I use the cold process. You guys familiar with the cold process of making syrup, simple syrup, as opposed to the hot process? It was a thing like 10 years ago where people believed, and this fucking dipshit believed, that if you took sugar and cold water and stirred them together and agitated them, that you would not have a cooked flavor in your simple syrup. That, yeah, right? And he said, I remember the quote like almost perfectly. It was like, I prefer the cold process because I like the fresh, uncooked flavor of sugar, right? I don't know if you guys have seen the sugar making process, but it starts with a boiler and then another boiler and then a boil and then it's boiled again and then they boil it again and boil it again. It's just like, so anyway, I digress. There's so much fucking horse shit in bartending. And this is what I love about Dave, is Dave is a scientist, and Dave just said, hey, does it matter? Everybody talks about, oh, you gotta have big cubes, you gotta have round cubes, you have to do the 3-point shake, you have to do a 4-point shake, you need to have this certain size of ice, this certain shape of ice. And Dave said, I don't know, let's actually fucking find out, right? So that's number one. Number two, do some research. This is another thing that a lot of bartenders don't do. A little research. Determine what others have already discovered about your question. There is no shortage of literature on the scientific, on thermodynamics, which is what ice is. So I didn't actually, I'm going to be very honest with you guys. I didn't really get prepared early enough to call or email Dave and ask him what research he did, but I'm going to assume that Dave did a little bit of research on thermodynamics, so you could tell. A hypothesis. So we have a question, right? The question is, does it matter? The hypothesis is, I don't think it fucking matters. It can be as simple as that. Experiment. So Dave, so crazy. I made some temperature recording shakers by soldering together thermocouple wire, lightly coating the end with heated conductive epoxy, drilling holes into cocktail shakers, what a maniac, sealing the thermocouples inside with some steel-enforced epoxy. These were wired into a measurement computing 8-channel thermocouple. I don't even understand what half this shit means. It's a terrible picture, but like this is the shaker that he drilled a hole into with the wire connected to a computer so that he could perfectly measure the temperature of the cocktail inside the shaker. Again, he's a fucking maniac. And so these are these plot points. So the number 5 is analyze the data, right? Crazy Monkey is Dave, right? So yeah, Shitty Ice 1, Shitty Ice 2, Cold Draft 1, Cold Draft 2. I fucking love this guy. So Alex Day, Evan Clem, and then Crazy Monkey's Dave, just running around like a maniac, just like shaking like a literal crazy monkey. And then draw a conclusion. After looking at this data, does it look like there's a huge difference in the temperature or dilution based on any type of ice or any type of shake? No, not really. So, Dave drew the conclusion in terms of temperature and dilution, your style of shaking and the ice you use probably doesn't matter. Like the time you do it probably doesn't matter. Eben Clem, who's actually my neighbor in Portland now, said it best when he said, these results should set you free to develop your own style of shaking and also, and not worry about the ice. God, I had this, I was like just thinking of it now. I've hosted one guest bartender in my bar ever. I just don't like guest bartending shifts. I just sort of not a big fan. I had Dale DeGroff, right? Dale DeGroff, the Dale DeGroff comes to my bar, right? He's going to do, and when Dale calls and says, I want to do a guest shift at your bar, you're like, whatever you want, Dale, right? You're the fucking literal king. But he comes, and like the staff is nervous, and I'm kind of nervous. I mean, Dale's a friend and a mentor, but like I'm still a little bit nervous. I want to make sure everything's perfect. He shows up, he's got his whole posse, and he walks up, good to see you, good to see you. And then he looks down and he goes, this is the ice you're using? And I was like, I'll just go fuck myself right now. But had I known about this at that time, I would have said, Dale, it doesn't fucking matter. Number 7, and this is very important piece of the scientific method to communicate. I put this QR code if you guys want to see and read Dave's original blog post on his website on cooking issues. You can scan that. It is a fascinating article. He has a ton of fascinating articles about bartending and science on that website, and as well as cooking. I'm a big cook fan. So that's, and that's something that's like near and dear to my heart. It's like just like sharing what you have learned. This has been the crux of my entire career for the past 20 plus years, is when I figure something out, I put it on my website and share it. And Dave does that too, which is another reason why I love Dave. I am probably going to skip ahead. Oh, not like that. Here's scientific method. Question, research, develop a hypothesis, experiment, analyze data, draw a conclusion, communicate your findings. So that's the scientific method. I really encourage you to go check out Dave's website. I really encourage you to go see that article. It's fascinating. If you're the sort of person that likes to read fascinating shit about bartending, you will love this article. Also, Dave's just got like a really great way of speaking that's not sort of like over everybody's head. He's like really nerdy, but he's also just like a normal dude, which is another reason why I gotta stop talking about how much I love Dave. Like, geez, I sort of sound like a fucking weirdo. I want to talk about the design process. This is a process. There are steps, just like the scientific method. They're very important. They're very helpful. And in 15 minutes, I'm going to try to give to you what I paid a lot of money for in school. I'm probably going to skip this and talk about this case study because I'm really not super organized. Like Monica told me that this talk was supposed to be 30 minutes, and I couldn't remember if it was going to be 30 minutes or an hour, so I prepared an hour's worth of slides, and then I got here. I was like, oh, right, 30 minutes. Okay, so we're going to skip. I'm not super smart, as you know. I want to share with you how I design new cocktails for my menu, because I have a very specific style of doing that. It doesn't come by accident. I do it intentionally. Like I said, I've been a bartender for a long time. I've been a bar manager for a long time. I don't do this as a fucking jerk off for my own ego. I do this because I want to make money either for myself or my staff or my boss. So when I design a new cocktail, it's not just because I think that something might be cool. I design a new cocktail because I want to do exactly, create something that is going to have a place on a menu that is for people to drink, right? Which was, the theme of the Grand Campari Hotel, is the theme of everything that we do, which is hospitality. I want to do it for people and money. So I want to share that process with you. And it goes a little something like this. In architecture, okay. So the first step in the design process is define the concept or the problem to be solved. What is the problem that we need to solve? Okay, seasonality, menu. We need a cocktail that satisfies the following components. We want to have something that has Latin American spirits. This is a fake cocktail that I have not made. It doesn't matter. Let's say that we have a restaurant that or a bar that specializes in Latin American spirits, right? So we want to have something that utilizes Latin American spirits, has an element of seasonality. We need something tall and bubbly, right? Because we got a stirred cocktail, we got another stirred cocktail, we got a sour, we got a weird milk punch thing. We need something that's tall and effervescent because that's a slot that people enjoy, and we want to sell them drinks that they enjoy, right? And it should be bright and refreshing because we got heavy, medium heavy, and light. We need another light cocktail on the menu. That's I'm sure everybody in this room has been in that situation where you're like, what are we going to make, right? In architecture, we use these things called bubble diagrams, and they're all about sizes and relationships of rooms to one another, right? So I would do this kind of stuff every single day. Like we're going to have, we know that we need 3 bedrooms. We know that we need 1 restroom. We know that we need some stairs to get upstairs. We're going to have a hallway. The hallway needs to open to this bedroom, this smaller bedroom, this bathroom needs to touch the stairs, right? That's how we do a bubble diagram, is the way, the way that these elements interact with each other. This is how I design a new cocktail. So the second step in the design process is brainstorm and ideate, right? So, okay, what did we say? We want a Latin American spirits, seasonality, tall and bubbly, bright and refreshing. So, all right, we're going to have a base spirit. We know that that's going to be the main component of the drink. It's going to be the base spirit. It needs to be refreshing, so we're going to have a sour element. That sour element is going to be supported by the sweet element. It's also going to have a bubbly element because we decided that it's going to be tall and bubbly. And then something seasonal that interacts with the main base spirit. Number 3 in the design process, sketch and prototype. Okay, so base spirit, we just start writing down random shit, right? Is it going to be pisco? Is it going to be tequila? Is it going to be rum? Could be cachaça. Just like throwing out some of the few Latin American spirits that we think of off the top of our heads. Sour. What do we do for sour? Pomelo. That's cool. That's weird, right? Grapefruit. Lemon. Lemon's perfect in just about every cocktail. Lime. What are we gonna do for sweet? Agave. Honey. What about for bubbles? You want to do a pet nat, maybe a cider, like a Basque Spanish cider to sort of like, interact with the Latin American spirits that way? Is it soda? Is it ginger beer? I don't fucking know. This is going up in, let's say this is going up in September, October. Are we going to do for seasonality? What do we do? Like apricots, pear, maybe? I don't know, peach? We just start throwing these items or these ideas at this bubble diagram. So this is the sketch and prototype step in the design process. Now we're iterating. Okay, you know what? I'm going to do mostly tequila. I'm going to do like a 15 mils of Sotal. So I'm going to do like, I think we're going to do like 45 mils of tequila and then just like a little bit of Sotal because I feel like that's going to be super interesting. For the sour component, I'm feeling like pomelo sounds kind of good, right? A little bit of lime to bring that acidity up. For sweets, you know, I'm just feeling today like everybody would do agave. Let's do honey. Fuck it. Like let's get crazy with like a weird local honey. Apricot for that seasonality. It's like late summer. We want this cocktail, like a little apricot. Maybe it's apricot preserves, jam. Maybe it's apricot brandy. And then I just like to get super fucking weird. So let's use a rosé pet nat for our sparkling component. So now we've got this like tall, maybe sort of like French 75 variation that's tequila, Sauterelle, pomelo, lime, honey, apricot, rosé, pet nat. That's feeling pretty good. And then we'll just finalize the design, right? So we'll do 40 mils of tequila, 20 mils of Sauterelle, 20 mils of pomelo, 10 of lime, a little bit of 2-to-1 honey syrup, a little bit of apricot brandy, and you know, because we all know how to make a cocktail. Like everybody in this room probably saw this and said, "Oh, I could make that." Like I know what the recipe is for that, right? Because we know how to make drinks because we're fucking bartenders. Most of the time, anyway. And then implement it and test it. You know, the example that I was going to talk about that I skipped ahead because I didn't go back and look at the email and see how long this talk was supposed to be, was with the amaretto sour. When I came up with the amaretto sour recipe, you know, I originally put it on my menu at Pepe La Moco in 2014, and I served it without brandied cherries, right? Because I'm like a kind of a cocktail purist, and I think a sour should just have lemon twist and that's it. And every single person that came into the bar was like, "Where's the cherry? Sour. Where's the cherry?" And finally, I was just like, "Well, fuck it." And now it's served with a cherry at the bar. And then launch, collect feedback, and iterate. Introduce it to the market, gather user feedback, and constantly make improvements post-launch to keep the design effective and relevant. Which is exactly how you design a building, honestly. Like, you know, they hammer it into you for 5 years in architecture school. So it's like second nature to me, but this is how you do, you know, this is how you do that. Whether you realize it or not, this is how you do it. I hope everybody, I'm sure everybody in here follows Monica on Instagram, and I love watching Monica's stories and her posts because like I watch you do this almost every day, right? I'm like, God damn it, Monica's doing the design process. Like it's fucking beautiful. So that's the scientific method: question, research, develop a hypothesis, experiment, analyze that data, draw a conclusion, communicate your findings. And also, if this, number 6, doesn't agree with number 3, the develop a hypothesis, that's okay too. Like, in fact, that's a big part of the scientific method is if Dave had found out that, yeah, it super matters what kind of ice you use or what kind of shake you employ, then he would have reported that too, because either way, if this isn't, you have to detach yourself and your ego from this part, because if this doesn't agree with this, that's valid too. In fact, it's also just as important. Design process: define, brainstorm, sketch, feedback, finalize the design, implement and test, and launch, feedback, and iterate. And that's it. Woo! Thanks. You want me to go on?
I think there's a lot of questions coming your way, so I think it's
Oh,
fine.
shit.
But
Okay.
I mean, certainly in the industry right now, there's a huge kind of discussion being had about creativity. First of all, is creativity important? And secondly, like if you don't have the methods, the processes to channel that creativity into something that can actually make you money, is it any point?
No, the answer is no.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
When you're running a business.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you've got to think about the business first.
And so do everybody you work with agree with your methods, or do you have multiple methods within the team?
Yeah, I hope so. I hope they agree with the methods. Probably not always, and that's okay too. We do the things that we do for a reason, and if for some reason you don't like that reason, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm trying to run a bar here, and this is how I'm running the bar program, and if it's not your cup of tea, that's a bummer. I wish you would have maybe researched the place a little bit before you came to work for us. But it's fine.
Because earlier today we had this workshop with Dave and Don.
Yes, I know.
And part of the discussion that was being had was that disagreeing is okay.
Totally.
Having discussions, challenging the opinions within the team is okay as long as it's done in a respectful way.
Yeah. I would say that, these are the two methods that I employ. They are not my methods, the design process and the scientific method. I didn't invent these. They are time tested. They have been methods for thousands and thousands of years. If you have a problem with the core of the program, which is the design process and the scientific method, sorry, it's not an ego thing for me. It's just like, this is what's been working for human beings for thousands and thousands of years, for better or for worse. And what can I say?
I agree, but what would you say to someone, for example, in a polite way, obviously, that says creativity should not be constrained? It should not have methods.
There shouldn't be a process for creativity.
It's like you create because you are creative. What would you say to those people?
I think that's a different side. I'm talking about design. What you're talking about, or what that theoretical person is talking about, is art. And those are two different things. Design is very intentional. There is a process to it. It is, like I said, time tested. You don't make a building most of the time as art. I use the design process. If you want to make art cocktails, we're not an art cocktail place. So feel free to go start your own bar program. We are a design cocktail place.
Excellent. And I think also a lot of people, they don't understand how helpful these tools can be when you are under constant pressure to create, right? Because
it makes it so easy.
Exactly.
Yeah, because you don't have to. Art is just sort of like, maybe I'll do this today, and design is like, we need this, and this. Let's just make it happen.
Exactly. And designing a menu, designing a program, the purpose of it is to create a great space and place that people want to come back to, want to visit, have options.
Yeah.
And a designed menu has been designed specifically for consumers, and consumers are all different. So you're designing drinks that hit different markers, different flavor profiles, different time of day.
I mean, what we talked about was designing basically like a city, which is, or a building, which is a drink, but a city is a menu, right? Or a menu is a city. That's how you design. Yeah. And believe me, like I almost went into public planning. Like designing a city is no different than designing a cocktail menu, really, because it's a lot of things that have to interact and support and appeal to a large range of human beings. That's what we do, right?
Exactly. Do you have any questions?
I'm just excited. I was a little bit distracted with the audio and stuff, but I'm just excited that I got to be part of all of this. It was a really entertaining. Am I right? It was a very entertaining chat.
Thanks.
Yeah, I can't think of anything right now. I guess we could ask the crowd.
Well,
I'm a bit nervous.
Do you think that designing menus today is, I mean, obviously it's different, but is it easier or harder than designing menus 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago?
In general, because of the climate, or in like given my experience, I would say like now it's easier for me because I have realized that the design process is such a big part of it. And so, you know, when we have to come up with a new drink on the menu, we have a full whiteboarding session, you know, where we draw bubble diagrams, and it's like it just kind of solves itself. I have found that it's so, once you know the design process and you know what the slots, right? Because every cocktail menu is or kind of should be the same, right? Like you got to have a refreshing one, you got to have one that's accessible to lots of people, you got to have the weird one, you got to have the spirit-driven one, you got to have the, you know what I mean? Like it's just like there's always slots on a menu. And I would say it's easier for me once I sort of like realized that what I was doing was based in my degree. It sort of, I was like, oh shit, I know how to do this. Fine, yeah. It used to be sort of hard when I was like, you know, trying to make art, you know, and now I don't try to make art. And now I just like make design. So I'd say it's a little bit easier.
Do you find so first of all, how often are you changing your menus? And secondly,
not that often.
When you do, have you got some that you're just got to keep? You said it's a business. You got to keep for the business sake, like the amaretto sour.
That's such a great question. It's, I mean, it's a totally off, like almost off topic. I personally, since I have been running bars in hotels for the past like 15 years, hotels have a clientele that, well, a great hotel bar should be, my thought is a great hotel bar should be 50% tourists or travelers, 50% locals. That's what makes a great hotel bar, right? If it's all locals, that means nobody wants to come from out of town and visit your bar. And if it's all tourists, that means nobody that lives there wants to visit your fucking bar. So when it's split down the middle, and I learned very quickly because I mean you've been to the Ace Hotel, like it was crazy back in the day, right? I'm now in the Kex Hotel, but when I was at the Ace, like at its peak, like you would get people that would come back, you know, once a year. You get people that come every 5 years. You come people that come once a month. Once, you know, and they would throw their bags down, sit down at the bar, and they're like, I'm here, I booked my ticket, I'm staying at this hotel because I want to have the thing that I had the last time I was here and loved, right? Like, can you imagine if like at Pepe La Moco, I put the amaretto sour on for like 2 months and then took it off, and people were, you know, it's like, I just like, you know, from a selfish standpoint, like I just want to have a fucking question every night, you know, like, hey, you still make the amaretto sour? Oh no, we're a seasonal menu. We don't do the amaretto. I know you read about the amaretto sour in the New York Times or whatever. We don't do that anymore. Like, I don't want to have that question, right? So we try to keep our like greatest hits on, and then the ones that aren't necessarily. I mean, it's like I'm not going to serve eggnog in the summer, right? People love our eggnog, but you got to have some sort of form of seasonality. So yeah, we sort of half and half.
Sorry, I was just looking at the questions from the feed if there was any questions.
Is there okay? This is from Dom. Is there a right, and then in brackets, or wrong time to merge design process and use more artistic, creative methods?
Well, again, like I think that I think that you're kind of like one or the other. Like if you are the type of bar that creates artful cocktails, which I'm not saying is a bad type of bar. It's not the kind of bar that I run, but it's not a bad bar. I don't know how you would sort of do both, right? And I think that there's a lot of art in the design process. All of those little steps. Are we going to do tequila, sotol, pisco? Are we going to use pomelo? Are we going to use lime, lemon? I think that those are all artful decisions. But if you are going to be purely art, you probably aren't doing the design process, and that's fine, because that's a great kind of bar. And honestly, those bars and restaurants that create art as opposed to design cocktails, they're very important because they always push the conversation forward. That's not what I do. And also, it would be hard for me to get up here and talk about how to make art because there's no like process to art. It's you make art, you know.
Any questions from the room?
Oh yeah.
So when you say you have the design process and like the first step is always okay, what do we need? What is missing on the menu? So do you have also like a specific process where you go like, okay, we have a feedback loop before we decide what is missing, or do you go just by feeling? Okay, we say.
I mean, I used to do a lot of feedback loop. Like I used to get people involved. I have found that okay, so in the States we have this weird expression, and hopefully you'll get it. The expression is a camel is a horse that was designed by a committee. Does that make sense? So I personally have gotten to the point where I know who I want feedback from and who I don't. Like you, when you're doing design, I would imagine that everybody here sort of knows this innately, whether or not you think about it all the time, but like there are people whose opinion you want to hear from and people that and this is, you know, I'm not saying that these people are, you know, that we don't like these people, but like I have certain friends where I'm just like, we don't speak the same language. It's a very specific language. Design feedback is a very specific language. So when I was in school, I sought out those people in my class that I wanted, you know, that I respected their opinion, that would push me when I wanted to be pushed, that would not push me when I didn't want to be pushed. And I would sort of, and sometimes it's not always the same person, right? Sometimes it's, you know, this is a very specific type of drink. I have a vision in my head that I want it to be. So I'm going to go ask my business partner, you know, because he and I speak this weird sort of unspoken, nuanced, strange, crazy, beautiful language, you know, when you can like talk to somebody without even speaking to them, you know, where you can just sort of like see it in their face, you know, and you're like, I know it's too much lime juice. And they're like, you know, like, it's that. And so, so that's the whole process for me is I try to do it all myself because at the end of the day, I'm the person that I trust the most with cocktail shit, as we all should be. But then when I'm like stuck on a particular problem, and this is like not to answer your question at all. I was designing a line of canned cocktails, and my girlfriend is a designer. She's a wedding dress designer, so she's very familiar with the design process as well. And I told her I had like a deadline, right? It was like, oh, you need to have this done by Thursday. You need to figure out these canned cocktails. Canned cocktails also really fucking hard to do. So I was like, look, I will talk to you later. Like I'm going to go in my house. I'm going to hole up in the lab, you know, and I'm just going to try a million things and I'm going to just like get weird and try to figure it out. And I was at this place. I should have included in this. I was at this place where I was like, I don't know if I can do this, right? Like when I got the offer to do the canned cocktails, I went to the liquor store. I bought every single canned cocktail on the market, right? Put them back. They probably thought I was a fucking lunatic, and put them in the back of my truck, drove them back to Portland, and tried them. And I was like, oh, these are shit. This will be super easy, like, you know. And then I actually tried to do it, and I was like, oh no, this is like really fucking hard. So she texts me a couple days in while I'm like in the lab, which is just my kitchen. And she says, how's it going? And I was like, I don't think I can do this. And she sent me this like meme, and it was the whatever 4 or 5 stages of the design process. And step 1 was I'm awesome. Step 2 is, or no, this is awesome. Step 2 is this is shit. Step 3 is I'm shit. Step 4 is this might be okay. And then step 5 is this is great. And I was like, she was like, you are here in the you are shit. Or I am shit. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the question and letting me not answer it at all. Appreciate it.
I use this one as well. When you're like almost to the point where you're like jumping off into the abyss, and
you have that moment where you're like, I'm fucking terrible at this.
Yes.
I'm awful. I don't know. I couldn't bartend my way out of a wet paper bag.
Yes.
You know, and what do we do to console ourselves? We get on Instagram and we see all of the people doing amazing stuff, and we're like, oh, yeah. This all confirms it. I'm fucking terrible at bartending. I'm terrible at my job.
Yes, but I do think that, well, I share your appreciation for methods and systems and processes, and I do think that having templates, your own developed templates, helps you being creative in a productive way.
Yep.
So that you can, when you are in this I'm shit time period, you know that there's a light at the end of this tunnel. You just need to.
You hope there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
Yes. Otherwise, you just go and have a shot of Campari soda, and then you just like.
Yeah, which
no, I'm joking. There's no more left. No. But so, for example, what would you say to someone who is unsure of what to do, like designing their first menu, designing their first drink, getting to that milestone of having something that is theirs on a menu, ordering things? How can they proceed? Like ask for help, go back, read something.
Follow the design process, I would say. I mean, that's my only advice, right? And that's what got me out of my canned cocktail like pit of despair was I was like, oh, right, follow the rules, you know, go through the process. I was, you know, I was sort of starting to stray, because even, you know, it's like I know how to do this stuff, but like I stray and I'm just like, maybe it's salt, maybe it's, you know, it's just like. And that's why I wanted to give this talk today, because like that's the thing that saved me. That's the thing that like I believe will save you, was following those steps. And like I said, like those aren't my steps. I didn't invent any of that. Like that is the design process. And so I would just say, like, you know, have a workflow chart.
And sometimes be patient, and then the last 2%, that's the hardest part, no? Because that's
being patient for me is the hardest part.
Yes, and see it through.
Yes, and see it through, for sure.
Really quick one. If you are 95%, right? Your teams come together, you've done the bubble thing, everything's there, the menu's just about there, but there's a couple of drinks that could probably use a little bit more time. Would you release it? And knowing that you can fine-tune them once a few people have tried them, you can fine-tune.
In fact, that's
so you have to be a perfectionist.
No, that's a very valuable. Like I was talking about the Amaretto sours. Like I was like, no cherries. Cherries are fucking bullshit, man. Lemon only. And people were like, we want cherries. And I was like, okay. You know, like I think it's okay to tweak. And you know, we when we launched our menu at Pacific Standard, I had this idea for a whiskey sour that was a stone fruit sour. And we used a teaspoon of apricot preserves, right? So put it, egg white, lemon, whiskey, sugar, teaspoon of preserves, and then you shake it. And then about 6 minutes later, the whole thing separates. So the bottom is clear and the top is like full of this like pectin fucking goo, like pectin egg white goo. And the guests were like, I don't want to drink this. Like, you know, it tastes good, but it looks fucking weird. And I was like, you know, and so we were like, that's not working. We're just gonna switch it mid-shift and do apricot brandy instead. Doesn't separate, tastes the same. It's great. So yeah, I think, you know, you always and that's such an important, such a great question, because it's such an important part of the design process is listening to feedback and not being so egomaniacal that you're like, this is my thing and I'm gonna die on this hill and I'm never gonna change it because everybody's a fucking idiot except for me. We're only gonna do this one thing. Like being a great bartender is like listening to the guests, listening to what people want, and adapting and changing. Right? Am I wrong?
Oh, I completely agree.
Yeah.
Like unlike a lot of people, I really like the quote, "The guest is always right."
Yeah.
But I don't read it as the guest is always right, like what they say is gospel. I read it as hospitality.
The guest will tell you what they want.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or like I read it as hospitality is seeing someone else's point of view seeing from someone else's point of view, even if you know it to be wrong. So like if the guest is always right, they believe they're right.
Yeah.
They might not be, but they believe they're right. So
yeah.
You know, if enough
there's
of them
always going to be
believing
one
the same
asshole
thing,
that tells you, right? But when it's like 3,000 assholes, you got to listen to the assholes because you might be the asshole.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
The one.
Yeah. Oh shit, is it me?
All right. I think with that, we will take a break from the live stream because we are going to come back in 8 minutes with our last and final talk of the day. So,
who is the last and final talk of the day?
Ooh.
Surprise?
No.
It's 19-time world champion flair bartender Christian Delpesh.
Legend. Yeah. Legend. Awesome. Thanks for coming, you guys. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
No, thank you.
Thanks to you guys.
During the pandemic, I mean, in our industry, in hospitality, we had to stop. So after 1 month, you can imagine no income, salaries, rents and stuff. I mean, I can't leave the team because, as I always say, it's not 55 people, it's like 55 families. So you have kids, you have parents, you know, they depend on the business. So after 1 month, I said, no, I can't do it anymore. I have to find another solution. It was about how to survive at this point, right? It was about having food, but having good food, you know? So I said to the team, please, in 10 minutes, everybody, I want to see everybody on Zoom. Then we started the call and I said, okay, I have 2 news. One very bad news, I mean, in 1 month, I won't be able to pay you anymore. I say, I have a plan B. Plan B is whoever wants to go with me to the farm, we will start the farm from zero. We came here and we were cooking together, we were doing everything together. And I mean, the relationship changed at this point. I would say like the most beautiful experience of our life, it's living together and building this together. We started growing, planting, and we planted like fruits, we planted herbs, coffee, like lots of things, and we process the products here at the farm and we send it to the bar. I mean, we start everything here. So what's driving me now? I mean, I've been living here in Colombia for 10 years, and Colombia gave me so much, so I always try to give it back to the country and to the people. I mean, we work together. There's no point for me to be an entrepreneur if you don't take care of your people.
Vivo en un país que vive en crisis. Los argentinos estamos como un poco acostumbrados a calmarnos, a entender que toda crisis pasa. Nosotros abrimos en pandemia, era una crisis mundial. No sabíamos para dónde iba a ir nada. Nosotros abrimos y yo dije, todos los planes son semanales. Todo lo que nosotros decimos ahora que vamos a hacer dura 7 días. Después vemos. ¿Funcionó? ¿No funcionó? ¿Cambió? Ok, hacemos otro plan. Como líder, el gran riesgo es a decepcionar, es a que salga mal. Sin lugar a dudas, me ha pasado de que haya negocios que salen mal. Pasa. Creo que en los fracasos siempre se aprende algo.
During moments of disappointment, I think it's important for a leader to be open about their own feelings with their team such that the team feels like the way they're feeling is okay. And then a leader needs to be the person that says, okay, we're done with that. Now we're gonna keep pushing. There's this William de Kooning quote, I have to change to stay the same. I think the best way to prepare yourself as a business owner for times of change is to become comfortable with the concept of change and to recognize the fact that just because you need to change how you're approaching something, it doesn't mean that the way you were doing it before wasn't right. It's just that you're nimble enough to recognize that as times evolve, so must you.
Did your opinion or view on leadership change after you became a parent?
I think I will be a better leader for having been a parent to a toddler. One of my superpowers, I think, is having the ability to take an idea and communicating it in a way that makes sense to the person that I'm talking to, even if it's not something they are necessarily inclined to agree with. With a baby, you can't reason with them. And so you need to strengthen the muscle of encouragement.
Abrí mi primer bar porque ya había sido mamá. Una de las grandes preguntas que yo me hice en mi carrera se cumplió, que era ¿cómo voy a ser cuando sea madre? Y finalmente yo decidí que quería estar presente en los primeros años. Primero, tener hijos. Después, un bar. Creo que después de ser mamá me cambió la manera de pensar, de liderar, de trabajar en conjunto con el equipo. Creo que también creció mucho la paciencia con los progresos en el trabajo. El lugar de la mujer cambió mucho en los últimos años en esta industria, sin lugar a dudas. Antes había muy poco espacio para la mujer y los espacios que ocupaban eran por su look, por su estética o porque le convenía al hombre por algo. Creo que hoy cada vez hay más mujeres cumpliendo estos roles y que empiezan a tener experiencia y que empiezan a ser fuertes y que van a ser líderes. Y eso es lo que creo que va a hacer que realmente cambie el mindset general. Y van a tener mayor lugar en el liderazgo.
When you look at those that are getting their pictures on the covers of magazines or getting the big interviews, they're not those that are great at pursuing leadership. They're those that are great at pursuing products. We're almost celebrating solo artists. We're not celebrating the people that actually galvanize an entire team to do their best work. By only celebrating an individual, we're not actually creating the conditions where people come together as a team. Being a great leader is all about embracing all that comes with a team working together in pursuit of something extraordinary. I don't believe that success in hospitality is reliant on the service and the products alone. In a restaurant or a bar, the food, the service, the drinks, the design, they're merely ingredients in the recipe of human connection.
Nosotros trabajamos con gente, digamos, objetivo. Tal vez es algo muchísimo más efímero. Quizás es algo que se termina, solo una experiencia que dura 2 horas, pero tiene que ir al corazón.
The cocktails is something beautiful, but if you know what is behind that, yeah, that's the impact is amazing, you know.
I believe that the work we do is really important, and I think that's essential for people to understand. Hospitality leadership is distinct because the leaders prioritize connection.
And it's not the right one.
And we are back.
We are back for our final session of today's Campari Academy Suite at the Grand Campari Hotel, Berlin.
Yes. And we are closing out 2 days of amazing talks, amazing workshops, a lot of new information, a lot of new things to take home.
A lot of Chris. a lot of bombs were dropped today as well. Like a lot of big pieces of information. Very exciting.
Absolutely, and I think it's what has been one of the most interesting things is that people are not scared of sharing their opinions, even though they are very varied.
Yeah, and people weren't afraid of dropping really big things on us.
I know. I mean, I think we all are looking forward to Nini. You're in front of the camera, please. No worries.
You can't see it at home, but the environment in here is getting increasingly friendly throughout the day. Everyone's having such a good time.
And Campari sodas.
And a few Campari sodas. Yeah.
Exactly.
That's why we're getting a bit more smiley and everyone's a bit more friendly. It's a bit of a family atmosphere now.
All right. But I think for everyone following us at home or following us in the room but want to revisit the talks, they will all come on the CampariAcademy.com website in the next few weeks, edited down so that you can watch the individual talks, go back, find the information that you want. We will also make the presentations available so that you can have a look at home and reach out to the speakers if you have more questions.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And with that, I think
without further ado,
Dean has finally given up saying biscuit jokes.
No more. Yeah, I've stopped.
Yes. But now I will let you, with your buttery biscuit
voice,
announce our last speaker of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to present 19-time world champion flair bartender and all-around living legend, Christian Delpesh. This is a very exciting moment for me. Okay, so from those that were dropping bombs to those that do not drop.
Anything.
Anything.
Except knowledge.
Christian.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction. First and foremost, thank you very much for coming over. Monica, thank you very much for having me. Thank you so much to the Campari Academy, to the hotel for the hospitality. Everything has been great. So it's time to talk about how Flair enhances and amplify bartending skills. When Monica approached me about this, I automatically thought in my mind, I'm like, it's a big yes. And the reason why is because no one ever talked about how Flair actually influence in the everyday bartending. So we're going to break it down a little bit. So basically, flair, that's a definition if you go to the dictionary. It's a special or instinctive attitude or ability for doing something well, stylishness, and originality. Therefore, everyone in this room, the bartends, actually flares. Yeah, you can see when you go to see these two working at the Connaught bar, you see the way they pour a martini is stylish. It is 100% flair, 100%. It's not just someone will just pour it directly. They just put it amazingly stylish looking. It's so difficult, but yet make it look so easy. So that is flair. And by the way, I was a flair bartender, so for the record. And I use that as an example because a lot of bartenders now they have great techniques, and at one moment they did practice flair. So how flair influence on modern bartending? Awareness of the importance of training and discipline. This is a huge one. When you start flairing, there is no such a thing of, okay, I'm gonna show up to work next day and I'm just gonna flair and the skills are just coming. No, you have to go home and practice on your own time. So you develop a skill of discipline, sacrifice, determination. And if you apply this to an everyday bartending, it will amplify your skills and completely improve them in anything you do. For example, how many of you have ever taken like a bar spoon, a mixing glass, ice, and when you're home, you stir? Yeah, there you go. We have one. So Giorgio, and you can tell. So, but what you're doing is that obviously, if you do it within years of bartending, you're gonna stir like a champion. You're gonna stir fast and very easy and smooth. However, if you would take the first day that you work in, you take a glass ice and you're home where you're watching TV, in front of TV, one hand, the other hand, and then you try both. In 1 week, you will look like a pro, like you've been doing it for a very long time. Just that one technique, yeah? So with that being said, flair bartenders, myself at least, when I started bartending, I was practicing like probably 6 to 8 hours a day. Crazy. Then as you improve, you manage your time. So you practice less, but you know exactly what you're going to practice. So you practice with purpose, let's say. So the discipline, if you take that discipline into bartending, is phenomenal for any technique. Shaking, throwing, taking the use of bar tools to the next level. So this is another one. So as flair bartenders, when you do flair, when you practice flair, you go to the supermarket and you flip stuff. You go to the shower, you flip the shampoo. You do a presentation and you flip the control. I mean, it's a way you do things. So when you grab a bar tool, you always, okay, I have a jigger. Okay, what can I do with this? And you do something different because that is in their nature. And we're going to talk about how that influence on the perception of the guest. But from a bar spoon, from a napkin, because flair, you can actually flair with anything behind the bar. You can flair with a credit card. You can flair with a pen. You can flair with a napkin. Ice. You have to pour a drink in a glass. If you have to open a beer, then you can flip the bottle opener. So there's always something that you can do behind the bar with the things that you have. So doing flair, you're gonna find a way to do something interesting. This one is a huge one, the ability to multitask. So multitasking, it's a big word and we all use it all the time. And so technically, obviously we multitask, but we cannot pay attention to multiple things at this, a full attention to multiple things at the same time. So, for instance, if you're driving and you're talking on the phone, you even paying attention to the road or you paying fully attention to the conversation. If it's just a chat, no problem, because you might miss things and it's okay. But if you're having a serious conversation or things that requires you to focus and answer a real question, then you're gonna miss the road. The same thing happens when you work behind the bar. So they say, like, scientifically, if you multitask, you're more likely exposed to make mistakes. And unfortunately, in our job, we have no choice. We have to multitask. And we are the kings of it. We all multitask behind the bar. and as managers, because you're always looking around, you're looking at the lights, you're looking at the music, you're looking at the floor, that everything is clean, the guest is taken care of. It's hospitality. You need to be always aware of everything. But multitasking in flair bartending, which also translates to techniques behind the bar, is one thing that is very interesting. What I thought about it is is basically diversing your attention to one object back and forth. So the key of success for doing that is try to focus on the right one at the right time, if that makes sense. For example, if I'm stirring and I'm pouring a drink in a glass at the same time, which one do you think I will pay more attention to? The pouring, right? Because stirring, the spoon is not going anywhere. This becomes so natural to us, so we don't even think about it. But we need to pour inside the glass. So we're paying attention to that. Same thing happens with flair. So when you have two objects, and if I'm doing one object, for example, I'm throwing a shaker and a bottle through it, and the bottle never leaves my hand. Now the shaker is going to be in the air for a split second. So I need to pay attention to this because I need to catch it. So you always focus on the things that are not naturally, or the things that are harder at that very moment, if that makes sense. So in this picture, you can see she's focused. She doesn't want to get hit in the head. So she's moving, but she's aware of everything. This picture says a lot. So now, as you can see, like my right hand, I have the bottle. I'm doing this move where I'm swiping through the shaker. The shaker is doing a shadow pass, which means it goes behind my neck, and I catch it over here. The bottle is right here. So I'm paying attention. If you see, I'm paying attention to the shaker. Where does the shaker go? Because this bottle, I'm not losing it at any moment. And it could be any bottles or with any shape, because I'm not releasing it. So that's another question that always comes up in flair. Is like, can you flair with any bottle? Yes, you can. So that move, you can do it with any bottle, any shape. If you can grab it, you can do it. So with a brick, you can do it. So throw the bottle, so you pay attention exactly to what's most important, per se. If you guys have any questions and at any point, please let me know. Flair skills helps with scanning. Have you ever seen, obviously, the GOAT, the most famous person in the world at this moment, Lionel Messi? So if you look at Messi, one of the keys of success that he has, every time he's going to receive a ball, he's scanning and looking multiple times before the ball gets to him. And I'm talking about when the ball is already coming. He's looking. He's scanning the room. What is he doing? Before he receives the ball, he already knows his next move and the counter move that is coming after. So he knows he's going to pass the ball, and the ball is going to receive it over there afterwards. We, as bartenders, we are scanning constantly. And flair does help you with this, because when you have multiple objects in your hand and it's a coordination, it opens part of your brain that you don't know what's going on, but you paying more attention to things and you're aware of your surrounding automatically. So you, by nature, you are scanning already. So we use scanning at the bar at all times. So as soon as we're making a cocktail, the more ability that we have with our hands, the more freedom we have with our upper body. See, like when you, and since I have the corner bar right here, Agos and Giorgio, when they doing the martini service, if you pay attention, as they pour in, it's like a magic strain comes out of the glass, and he's like, yeah, whatever. Hi, how are you? Yeah, all good? Yeah. And the other one is doing the beautiful presentation with the lemon and the essence. Now, that attention, that means like this move, he has it to perfection. So there's nothing to to worry about because it's happening. And the same thing is when you work behind the bar, and the same thing is when you flare. When you flare, at the beginning, you obviously worried when you start practicing because, oh, what move am I gonna do? Oh, how is this gonna work? But once you learn the moves and you have your mini routines in your head, you just do, you don't think. It's like, for example, if I would tell you, you just come out of school, bartending school, and you have to make a Manhattan. And you'll be like, okay, Manhattan. You're like, okay, is it right? Sweet vermouth and Angostura bitters. Yeah, okay. 2, 1, 2. Okay, so stir. So all your recipe comes to your head. Once you're a pro, I tell you a Manhattan, it's a Manhattan. You don't think, you just do. This is the same thing. If a dancer listens to music and he dances, it doesn't have to build anything in the head. Flair is exactly the same. Once you master the techniques, you just do. Yeah? And that obviously helps you, obviously scanning, and it takes us to the next point, which is thinking a step ahead. Because while you're doing flair, you know what the next move is, so you can combine them together. So first, when you learn flair, you learn different moves and basic moves. Now, then you put them together into a routine. And that's the beauty and the challenging part. And you can change them, and you have, like, for example, 10 moves, and you can combine them in many different ways. And just changing a body movement, just changing a spin, or the order of the moves, it makes many different routines, right? So you are constantly thinking ahead of what are you going to do. That will help us and give us advantage into the next point, which is speed and free pouring. When we do speed, sometimes people think speed is whoever's the fastest. Of course, it has to do with what the word said is speed, but speed is not necessarily always a speed. If we're going to build a cocktail, you can move as fast as you can. But if you make mistakes while you're moving fast, and I'm moving just regular at this speed, I will make the drink faster if I don't make any mistakes, if I capitalize my time. So if I'm pouring one, or if I'm multi-pouring, let's say if I'm free pouring, and I cut first the bottle that I'm supposed to cut, while I'm cutting the second, I'm grabbing the other one. As I'm pouring this one, I'm leaving this one. And then when I'm leaving this one, I'm thinking about grabbing the shaker, the other shaker to top it. As soon as I grab it, I leave this bottle, I ice it up, close it. So I did all those many things, but I'm thinking always ahead. And the secret of speed, when I used to do bartending competitions, Legends of Bartending was one of the biggest competitions in the world, and prestigious because we had to flair, we have to do working flair with full bottles, and then we also have to do free pour test, and then we also have to do speed rounds. And speed rounds, the key, and I developed a technique for the round that it was always thinking ahead, but always dividing. So I don't have to multitask so much. So if you divide, for example, a speed round and this works the same way as if you work in a service bar. So if you have like 6 drinks and you have to think of 6 drinks at a time, there's a lot of ingredients that are going in. Now, if you divide it in 2s or in 3s, then it's half. So you have to think on half once, and then the other half you complete. It's gonna take the same time. Obviously, sometimes you might have to grab a bottle twice, but you're not gonna make mistakes. The errors are not, because you don't practice speed rounds in real time. When you're at work, you don't practice this many times, so you know you have to use a vermouth 4 times. No, you're just making the cocktails as they come. So you kind of like build around in your head. But the secret is to always think ahead. What am I doing next? And free pouring, flair bartending, is because you are doing things with your hands. You are always developing anything that is motions becomes easier. So in flair bartending as well, we practice pours and cuts. So when you pour in and then you cut in, and it's like perfect cut. All the liquid goes in, and it's a beautiful thing. like the way you do your martini, that you pour up and you go, boom, and it's like someone cut the string in the air and magically drops into the glass. That is so difficult. Like so many people think it's very, very easy, and they try. The first thing when they do it with a pour spout, they do this, boom, all over their face, because it's not that easy. It is technique. It takes practice. So we do practice, and as you practice flair, you flip stuff, everything becomes easier. There is a reason why a lot of tennis players, their coaches, they teach them how to juggle. And flair bartending, all the moves from flair, they come from juggling in a way. So when you do juggling, you are developing more skills, like motor skills. And that obviously will help you with free pouring. Free pouring also, you have to count as you free pour. So you're not only paying attention why you pour in, the technique that it doesn't spill, how you're gonna cut it, but you also have to know how much goes in without making a mistake, so you don't over pour. Goes the same way with a jigger. If you're gonna pour in a jigger, it's easier. You have more control with your hands. It's a very, I noticed all this when I started working more on my craft cocktail techniques and making classics more than, I used to work in Las Vegas for 10 years, and all I made was mixed drinks in a plastic cup. It was all about the show. It was about the party. It was an amazing experience. However, when you start bartending and making real cocktails, everything changes. But I noticed like a lot of techniques, stirring, shaking, double shaking, it becomes easier because of what you do with flair bartending. This is a video of what we're talking about speed. So see, that's full speed. So that's full speed. This means service last week. Oh wow, Campari, nice. That's perfect. Thank you very much. So that is a technique that I developed. So I grab, instead of one bottle at a time, you go 1, 2, 3. In this case, I pop 2 bottles as one, and I just count it, pop, 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 instead of pop, pop, pop. So it goes faster. Obviously, they need to be together. You need to grab, so you need some technique of grabbing it and then open 2 at a time. And I'll show you another video, and I'll show you the example, because this is only 2, but this is done in 2.6 seconds. So that was a challenge that we did in Las Vegas. So if it was a bartender convention and we did a challenge, if someone beat me opening beers, they would get a prize. And no, they didn't. I'm gonna show you in the next reel. So I'm gonna go from less to more, where I was talking about free pouring and about pouring and cuts. So how you use, and yeah, that's me with no hair. And so I start from the very basic, and I just upscale it as it goes. So that's basically just a regular cut. I'm gonna do double, back and forth. This is with a bounce. No, the next one is with a bounce. Bounce and stop. The liquid, and now we go more fancy. Bounce, boom. Flip, pay attention on the tin.
You never forget this mic.
You never. Straight up with style. I forgot that. So see, all those moves that I perform in there, they can be done with, some of them they could be done with any bottle. Some of them require certain shape bottles. Campari is great for it, by the way. So when you have to pour into a glass, let's say you have to pour 1.5 ounces or 2 ounces. You're gonna make a Campari soda, and we make it 2 ounces because we like Campari. And so we do 2 ounces. You have to count to 8, right, in my head. So every time I count, it doesn't matter which way I pour it, still an 8 count have to go in. So it's exactly the same as if the shaker stays there and I'm pouring this way, or if the shaker does this. The liquid is coming. It's coming out. I'm still counting. When I cut, and the liquid is there. So I'm not wasting any time whatsoever unless you're doing maybe like a nice roll with it, like the last move I did, that you waste your time, but you gain it with an extra show. Obviously, also flair, you cannot, so you perform it anywhere, and it's been a success in my end everywhere I went and I performed flair. People did like it. So I performed flair in party bars, nightclubs, pubs, 5-star hotels, and everyone loves it. It's just the beauty of you can capture people's attention within 10 seconds without saying a word. It's a beautiful tool that you can use. I call it like a superpower, but you can turn it on and off if you want to, however you want to. Yeah. So what I was saying about the flair that matches, you need to match your flair to the place that you work. Sometimes if the place is like busy and it's a party place, you can go a little bit off. But if the place is more like quiet, classy, stylish, piano playing in the back, jazz, cuts are beautiful to do because you have to pour. There's no noise. You cut and everything flows. Everything is beautiful. Flair skill improves hand-eye coordination. So in hand-eye coordination is what I was referring to before, shaking, double steering. So you can do multiple things at the same time, like a double shake, double stir, shake and stir. Reaction time. Think about when you're working in a very small station and it's 2 bartenders. So you need to know how to dance in that case. So the way you move, you need to have the reaction time perfectly so you can move your arm in and as the other one moves the arm out. So you also need to know what movements the other person is going to do. So all that coordination, flair will definitely help you with this. Reflexes, this is something super cool that it happens like any given day. Like if someone is throwing something at you and you're not used to it, first thing you're gonna freak out. So if I throw you this control, you're gonna be boom. But if you flair, someone throws you a control, you just stand there, you catch it. Just as simple as that. It's that easy. And it happens to me like sometimes, and this happens to me a lot, and also on the bar. Sometimes cleaning or you're doing something, and with my hand, automatically I touch a glass. And I capture that moment, I feel it right away, and I stop. And the glass is like bending, so the glass is like this. I touch it, stop, and I go grab it and put it back. And, hoping that I guess saw it. And I'm like, did you see that? Did you see that? Because people love that. They're like, wow, what did you do? And it's just natural thing that happens to you because you're so used to being in contact with objects flying, objects rolling in your body. So it's a different thing. It feels different. Spatial awareness. So that's basically, it's an awareness that, about all the objects that are around you. So you're organized awareness about all the objects around you, and also the awareness of your body's position in there. And that we'd always do behind the bar is extremely important. As a flair bartender, when I walk into a bar and I have to perform, first, as soon as I walk in, I'm scanning everything, but I know how much space I have. I know what I can do, what I cannot do right away. So you are always aware of spaces. And I am guarantee you, like if I'm working and I'm flaring and someone's coming, I know. I will stop. I will make a move, maybe stall, look, come. walk through, and then you continue. When we work in Las Vegas in Carnival Court, it was a beautiful thing, even though we make mixed drinks, but a lot of people would come and visit us because it was just such an entertaining bar. The way we interact with each other, our barbacks, they knew every single bartender that was behind the bar. They knew all the moves that they did. They knew their routines. Therefore, they know, okay, after this move, it comes this one. When he stops, I'm walking behind. Because the barbacks still have to do their job, but they have to do it around you. Because you're flipping bottles, that's the entertainment of the bar. And you as a flair bartender, or as a bartender performing flair, you throw in the bottle, and you need to know when someone's coming, bottle is, shake it in the air, you know someone's coming, grab it, and then you either pour or you stop for a second. The person walks by. And that synergy behind the bar was something that I've never experienced again. It was just such a beautiful thing because it's just magical to see. It's like an orchestra. It's like everything flows perfect. Strategic thinking and concentration. Strategic thinking is basically as soon as you receive something, you receive an order, you build it in your head, and again, everything goes together with the eye coordination, and then we'll see when this drink is going first, and then I'm gonna do that one, and as I'm going in there, you make a plan in your head already. When I'm going in there, I grab the beer that I have to grab, as well as I grab the spirit so I can pour it in front of the guest. So you always have a plan thinking. So you make it always a strategic thinking, and you try to obviously concentrate. Concentration obviously goes with focus. When you flip bottles, you better be concentrated. Yeah, so you don't hit yourself in the head, and you don't hit anybody else as well. So your concentration and your focus is extremely ridiculous. And obviously the focus goes away when you don't flare as much. Like before, I used to be able to remember like crazy orders, and probably now it's a little bit harder because I don't flare as much, and I also don't bartend 5 days a week like I used to. But it's all practice. It's all about practice. But it will definitely, flair improves your concentration and your ability of focusing. Confidence and athletic abilities. That speaks for itself. And here's when I talked to you before about perception, right? So I can have the best mixology next to me or next to a flair bartender. And I can have a flair bartender right next to the mixologist. And a random guest walks into the bar, and they see how the bartender, with confidence, because he knows all the moves as well as the mixology, but the way he's using the tools and flipping them, automatically people will be, this guy knows what he's doing. I swear to God, because I've heard that when I was working in Carnival Court making Roman Cokes. And I'm like, no, I mean, yes, I know.
Your elegance is
No, but it's I consider I like to say I'm a bartender that cares. So I'm not like a mixologist. I'm not a flair bartender. I'm a bartender that cares and can do multiple things, and also be hospitable, and also good customer service and taking care of the guests as much as they need. But the confidence I will give you, it will affect the perception of the guest, because you're doing everything and because you practice it so much. When you have practice makes perfection, or almost perfection. You can make a mistake here and there, like everyone, but it will give that perception. It's crazy, but it does happen. And obviously, athletic abilities, because you're working with your body, so it's kind of like a workout per se. This is when I was working in Mr. Coco. In the grand opening, we pop a lot of Dom Perignon. So after that, I decided to make this video. So it was cool. I thought it was like a 007, in a tuxedo. And what does it take to flair? This is a question that it comes a lot all the time. Is how many hours of practice? my answer always is, how bad do you want it? It's the same if I tell you, you want to learn about classic cocktails. I want to learn about spirits. How long does it take? How bad you want it? How much you want to read? How much you want to research? That's totally up to you. Of course, you cannot practice flair 24 hours, but you can practice 8 hours if you want. Obviously, you're going to improve and you're going to work. This is about putting hours of practice. Yeah. Obviously, with time, at the beginning, you can practice a lot, but then with time, your focus changes. So it's better. You're going to be more focused if you work less hours. If you train less hours, but you know exactly what you're training, and that changes a lot too. It's like if you read for a very long period of time, then you lose your focus. But if you read a few hours, that's okay. Do I need to be coordinated to flair? Not at all. I mean, I've seen people that you're like, no, it's not gonna make it, and they competed. You know, actually, was a good friend of mine, Juan Llorente. He's the one that I work with in Shadow Bar, and I moved with to Las Vegas, and he was this guy that is very rustic, per se, or something like. And he's like, so I'm like, okay, cool. And he was juggling, and he was like, and he practiced so much, super smooth, and he became world known. I mean, he was in world finals. We won world championship together as tandem. So he was amazing, an amazing bartender as well. So I always give him as an example, but it's about how much you want it. Do you want to put time into it? You know, you can learn how to do it. And also, one thing that you have to consider when people see flair bartending, they're like, oh my God, but I won't be able to do that. I don't want to do all that. When you see like a bartending competition, be like, no worries, you won't. These guys are like top pros. You can, if you want to, if that's what you're looking for. But it's the same thing like if I go to a gym and I want to be a bodybuilder, a Mr. Universe, Mr. Olympia, in a match, in a bodybuilding competition, and I want to go to the gym 3 times a week. No, it takes a lot of practice, and even though you don't know if you're going to make it. So this is exactly the same. How bad do you want to learn flair? What's your purpose? How do you want to use it? So if you want to use it for work, there you go. So you can practice and you can learn it quickly and you can apply it to work. You don't have to be practicing 8 hours a day in that case, which is what I recommend, because I believe in working flair, which I call nowadays functional flair, which is the best, because at the end of the day, the guests, they want their drink. You can entertain them, but the attention time that you're going to get from the guests is smaller and smaller, especially now with social media and TikTok. That you want to say 1, 2, 3, next. You know, you don't see you don't stand there looking at somebody doing something for so long. So you need to get to the point, and you need to get that cocktail done. That cocktail needs to be done. It needs to be properly done with the right technique, the right dilution. At the end of the day, the final product speaks for itself. It doesn't matter what you did before. You can be a stand-up comedian, make a lot of jokes. You can dance behind the bar. You can flair. But okay, let me taste that martini. Is it good? Yeah, we're good. At the end of the day, it's a final product, right? So what is your goal? That is the other question that I would ask if someone asked me, how many hours? Yeah. So if you want to use it behind the bar, beautiful. And flair right now, it has a massive comeback, and people is very interested in flair because there are not many flair bartenders, at least in US. In Miami, where I live. In Vegas, yes, still. But in Miami, there's not many. Because people stop doing it, there's no competitions, there's no money, so they don't do it. But people want to learn and they want to use it. And the interest that I get is from people that is into cocktails. They want to learn flair, just to use those quick tricks, functional, and make good cocktails with it. This is something funny that I thought also has Campari in it. So they approached me, so I got my beer longer because they approached me for this product in Instagram, and they say, can you do something? And obviously, This is what I told you before, that every time you go to the shower, you flip your shampoo, or you go to the supermarket, you flip stuff. So I decided to make this video, and so flipping things. This is a funny one. That's a rush, and then okay, there you go. I made that one up, by the way. And then at the end, so it's basically me getting ready to post a video, and with a scary face, like, am I gonna drop on that? Boom. There you go. So that's, and you see, like, those are simple, like, bar spoon moves. But when people see that, this is another thing about flair bartending. When people see something, and sometimes you think or you feel that you only know 10 tricks, think about they don't know any. So you are a superstar. If you master 10 tricks and you do them to perfection, you're a rock star, because you know how to use them, when to use them. Use flair as an asset behind the bar to your convenience at the right moment. Be versatile, and remember that outstanding customer service is always the most important. Always keep yourself humble. Don't let people's compliments get to your head, and don't let their criticism get to your heart. I really love that one, because, thank you. I really love that one. It's something that sometimes we take it personal, and if someone tells you, oh, you're the best, you're the best, you're the best, I just say thank you. I acknowledge, I don't say no, because maybe for that person, you're the best they've ever seen. It doesn't matter of opinion. But that doesn't mean that I'm gonna believe that I'm the best. I'm like, I take the compliment, thank you very much. Like, oh, you look good. And some people might think, oh, you look ugly. It doesn't matter. So it's about taking the compliment, but not let it go to your head. As well as when they criticize you, people is gonna talk. Always. There's always somebody is gonna talk bad about you, or they're not gonna like something that you do. Imagine if we care about what everybody's saying at all times, then we go crazy. So we need to be us. We need to be ourselves. And before I finish, I'd like to talk about something that is the most important thing in life. Is something that once you lose it, you cannot get it back, which is time. Is the most important thing. And it was my pleasure to spend mine with you. Thank you.
Wow.
That was super exciting.
Yes. I think, a lot of people who have never had experiences with flair, or bartenders certainly, they will say that, oh, they don't need to go down that route. But I would say that one of the things that you can instantly recognize in someone who has had that training is, as you say, the spatial awareness. Because some of the younger generation, not younger,
these kids these days,
some bartenders, when they step inside behind the bar, they come in like a wrecking ball, have no awareness of other people moving around. They just like, bam, bam, bam. And you just like, oh, wow, okay. We are going to work together. So like learning how to control your body is like either flaring or yoga, I found, are the two things that will give people that control over their own physique.
Yes, and you see that sometimes, like, people will rush you, and if you don't pay attention, they could hurt you. I mean, if you're stepping like weak, they can run you over and you can fall. You can get cut with a push pole. You can, many things. So it's extremely important to know your surroundings and to know who's behind you. If someone comes behind you, the communication is a non-verbal communication that you have behind the bar. So even if I work flair or no flair, every time I go behind someone, I go behind you, behind. And if it's too loud, I touch them. I touch them in the shoulder. If I'm gonna stay and I'm going under to the fridge, I will go down, I will touch the back of your leg and hold it. So you know I'm still there. And I release when I'm moving. So that protects me and protects you. So you don't go back and then you trip and you fall.
Exactly.
And it seems like very common, but common sense is not common. anymore.
No, and I think that
No,
a lot of
I
those
agree.
old cues that we grew up with back in the
Fax
days,
keys.
no, they are disappearing because there's different generations of
Yeah.
bartenders working, and if you've never been taught these things, just a simple behind or
Yeah.
touch,
I'm
obviously
a
not
touch
punch,
on the back
but-
person. If they try to move when I'm going past them with something, I just won't let them move.
Yes.
I'm just like, you're
"I'm not
staying
moving."
there. You're not going anywhere. That's for
No.
your protection.
No, but
Otherwise, I'll go through you.
It comes so automatic. Like sometimes I'm in the supermarket and I'm like behind, and people looking at me.
Yeah.
It's just,
Yeah.
it's just
Yeah.
something automatic.
Yeah.
But also, I think that because I was reading this report about how much time does it take to get good at something, and I think most of us
10,000 hours.
Okay, so most of us have heard this report that says it needs 10,000 hours. So in the Harvard Business Review, they say 10,000 hours is already not enough for the new generations, because if you only do something 10,000 hours, there's a lot of people that will have outdone you by 10,000 hours. So if you want to be really good at something, you need to invest at least a double. Right?
Okay.
Yes?
God,
So this is what
kids
they say now.
It's not fair.
Yes.
Christian gave two amazing lessons, which is despite the flair and the greatness that you need to inspire our generation. I was training as well 6 hours a day. I didn't get as good as as you, but I think I still got something into my veins when I move around. But the two great lessons was based on 10,000 hours plus 10,000 hours. Is you say at the end, if you want something, how bad you want it. And what you say at the beginning, you say you need to practice in your own time. So your own time is 10,000 hours. Work time is 10,000 hours. That's what makes you good. You don't practice, you don't study during work hours, no? Because you want to grow as a professional, as a person, to build a future for yourself.
Of course.
So I think those two messages that you gave was super powerful.
Thank you.
For all of us that were in the same field of work in the same generation, but moreover for the one that look at us like we made it. It's easy. It wasn't easy.
It wasn't
It's
easy
not
at all.
easy
No.
for them either. So 10,000 plus 10,000 make it fairly good.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, 100%. And for the new generation, this is a challenge that I see. I don't like the word problem that much. So I see this challenge that they're going through is they want everything now. I want to learn how to flare. I want to learn in a week, and that's not going to happen. You have to go through your hours. You
It's
know
not
what?
the Matrix. You can't just download it.
Absolutely, exactly. They're like, download the lyrics.
Like
Done.
Neo, I can flare.
By the way, I did that in a show. I was Neo, and they download the power of flare. And I started playing. It was a cool show. It was fun. But it is, yeah. That's the challenge nowadays. I see happening a lot, and they have no patience. It's basically the patience, and also not only the patience is the entitlement that they carry sometimes, and they want to see themselves succeed overnight or in 6 months, right? Period. And you're like, whoa, but you've been working for 6 months in this amazing cocktail bar. You learn a lot. I mean, how come you're not happy about it or comfortable? I know you want more, and it's fine. You can practice, you can train after work, but you can only advance that fast. You have to be patient. Patience is key to learn and make it solid also, and not skipping steps as well in flair. You don't want to, it happens with kids in the new generations. They're like, how is that 2-tin, 1 bottle move, or that 3 bottle move? And you see them doing performance, and they nail those tricks, and they're going to do a simple move with 1 bottle and they drop it. So that means it's something on the base that needs to be worked. Because sometimes if you advance, then you have to go back. So it's the same in cocktails. You don't give someone that started drinking, you just, hey, here's a Negroni. You start easy. You start with Campari, Americano, you build it up. Same way as you don't try to accelerate and cut corners. It has to go through a process. You know.
I'm very conscious of time, and I'm just thinking, does anyone in the room, is that all right? Does anyone in the room have any questions? Because we got a packed house here.
Hey, Christina. Firstly, thank you. Fantastic to hear you talk, and thank you for sharing your philosophy. It's been,
thank you very much.
I think for a lot of us, amazing to hear you kind of share those stories.
Thank you.
My question, probably leading on from what you just said, is what a new bartender, a young bartender that you have, what are the fundamentals? What are the first things that you teach them? What are the kind of things that you get into them first?
Fundamentals in general? Okay, so it would be one of them focused on customer service, on the guest first, on hospitality. That's number one. The other one, be patient. Patience is the key. Always surround yourself with people that knows more than you and try to learn. Don't be scared of asking. No one knows everything just from the start. So you need to learn somehow at one point. So if you don't know something, just ask. Don't be scared, if I ask, they're gonna think that I don't know. Well, you don't know. If you don't know, just ask. That's the only way to find out and get better. And be humble. Keep yourself humble. Because remember, there's always something to learn. The time that you think that you know it all, you become mediocre. Like that you stop learning. So you always learn something every day. Even in a speak or in a talk about service or hospitality. Sometimes I've been in those, you're working at a hotel and they do orientation for the second time every year. And when you sit down, you for 4 hours listen to it. Oh, I know. Oh, I forgot about that. You learn something. Or you remember, you refresh something that you thought you knew, but you forgot. So there's always room to learn. Always.
I think, we don't want to be those people, but I think we're going to be those people. Because what if we manage to find 2 bottles and a blade magically?
It was amazing because I was like, this is the first time in my life I do a job that I don't flip something.
Yeah.
Oh, small ones. Do you have big ones? Like big ones, the Campari?
Yes.
Yeah.
I got the water.
Oh no, we're just doing we were talking about bottle.
The opening. Oh,
super fast.
Okay, I could try. The only thing is, I don't know if I will be able to do it here because this is not too
steady. You need a solid spot.
And this is this is not my bottle opener. But I'll do the rest. So the technique is.
Wait, you need a table, no? Or on the chair? No. Wait. Let me get it on the right. Let me.
Hold on, it's a weird reach. I don't have a. No, maybe I hold 2 in my hands.
Yes.
This is just 2.
This is better.
Yeah.
This
because
is
the
better.
4, I'm afraid on the 4.
Yes.
You ready? You got it. I hope I do it now. Every time I'm under pressure, I miss. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. Salute. Grazie.
And I think that is the perfect way to end the second day of the Campari
this has
Academy
been
Sweet Talks.
a lot of fun. The Sweet Talks have been epic. Thank you so much for coming on board.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you to everyone in the room, everyone at home. It's been lots of fun. Are we going to take a break?
We are not going to take a break because we are going for aperitivo in the Connaught Bar in the Rare Lounge.
Yes. We're going to go watch some world-class flair downstairs.
Upstairs.
No.
I'm joking. Downstairs. However, for everyone watching at home or anyone watching anywhere, we will, in the next few hours, weeks, edit the talks, and then we will post them online. So if you want to revisit the talks, then you can.
Guys. It's got a nice family feel, the room now.
Yes. And with that, I think we are signing out from Berlin.
We will. Thank you all so much. See you next time.
Thank you so much for watching.
Ciao, ragazzi. It's the button!